and we will get started with session 26. In the grand halls of House Dracohorn, amidst the aftermath of a battle that has shifted the tides of fate, Much Obliged stands at a pivotal crossroads. The dramatic confrontation with Vain Dracohorn has ended in his fall. Harp is no more, and the people of Thunderstone are safe from his machinations. As you stand among the echoes of conflict within these storied walls, there is a sense of triumph and relief for most of you, but uncertainty for one. Veronica, who once looked up to her brother with admiration, now grapples with the fallout of his misadventure. The revelation of Vane's double life as Harp has left Veronica reeling, her trust shattered and her heart heavy with betrayal. The Dracohorn family name, once a source of pride for the young woman, now bears the stain of her brother's misdeeds, and the weight of that responsibility threatens to drag her down with him. She may surely falter were it not for the support of her most steadfast friend. Kaelen has long stood by Veronica's side, supporting her every flight of fancy while seeking always to protect her from the harsh realities of the world. His long-held suspicions and simmering resentment towards Vane have been validated in the most dramatic way. Now, with Vane's downfall, Kaelen has been given reason to feel vindication and anger. The last of his bullies has finally fallen, but the cost of this revelation may weigh heavily upon him. His resolve to protect Veronica will be sorely tested during the fallout by this turn of events. Thankfully, there is one of Much Obliged who has already expressed their willingness to believe in Veronica and Kaelen's story. Figwyn Hawklin, aspiring to the ideals of the Purple Dragon Knights, has always held integrity and justice among her guiding principles. Yet the recent events have cast these values in a new and complex light. Her decision to lead in the extrajudicial downfall of Vain Dracohorn marks a departure from her usual adherence to due process. This choice, while driven by a desire to protect Thunderstone and its people, has left Figwyn in moral quandary. The triumph over Harp is tinged with personal conflict as she grapples with the implications of her actions. Her unwavering commitment to what's right now faces the test of reconciling her ideals with the realities of a world where justice isn't always black and white. For weeks now, she has leaned on the calm reassurance that she and Corthyndahast were aligned in their methods and goals. Will their trust in one another be destroyed by this disagreement? Corthyn, with his deep understanding of magic and a pragmatic approach to problem-solving, finds himself at a crucial juncture. The recent events, culminating in the confrontation with Vane, have not only challenged his tactical acumen, but also brought to light the complexities of moral choices in times of crisis. The revelation of his blood connection to the Dark One adds another layer to his already intricate role in the unfolding events. As he navigates this newfound knowledge and its complications, the bond he shares with his companions has been strained. His journey, echoing with the intricacies of magic and morality, inadvertently aligns with Delryar's own struggles. Delryar, wrestling with revelations and a deeper connection to the arcane, finds his path perhaps more intertwined with Corthyn's than either had first realized. Amidst the unfolding chaos and revelations, Delryar finds himself pulled in multiple directions by a past shrouded in mystery and a present fraught with challenges. The voice of a damsel in distress beckons him back to the swamp, a place where his journey with Figwyn began and where answers to his enigmatic visions might lie. Haunted by the fleeting flashback of someone named Meyer, Del senses a deep connection to the armor worn by Corthyn and the shield wielded by Figwyn, as these artifacts are pieces of a puzzle linked to his own obscured history. His journey is a tapestry of arcane mysteries and personal quests, each thread leading him closer to understanding his true identity, his purpose. In this quest for self-discovery and resolution, Delryar has found an unexpected resonance with Falagard, whose own path is marked by struggles between personal demons and a greater destiny. Navigating the complexities of his role within Much Obliged has proven tumultuous for Falagard. His ties to the Iron Throne and the burden of the drugs he carries for sale have been a weight about his neck, a constant reminder of a life far removed from the noble intrigues that now surround him. These connections, though fraught with moral ambiguity, are a part of his identity, one that he grapples with as he seeks his place in the group and in the larger scheme of Cormyr's politics. Amidst this internal struggle, Fal's potential familial link to one of the most prominent noble families in Cormyr remains as an untreated sore for the half-elf. Haldar Huntsilver, the party's benefactor, may be the only one alive willing to talk to him about his dead father. As the members of Much Obliged grapple with their personal revelations and challenges, you are collectively drawn to your seminal task, clearing the name of Haldar Huntsilver, your unjustly imprisoned benefactor. Reporting Vayne Dracohorn's crimes as Harp to the Purple Dragon Knights is not just a step towards justice, it's a unifying mission that reaffirms your bond. Yet, as this goal nears completion, you face the looming question of what comes next. With Haldar exonerated, will you continue as a united front, finding new causes to champion, or will your paths diverge, each following your own destiny? The future of Much Obliged, once defined by a shared purpose, now teeters with new possibility and uncertainty. All of this weighs upon you as you look down upon Vayne Dracohorn's battered body, still bleeding from his several injuries. Welcome back to Cormyr, in the year of Purple Dragons. What would you all like to do?
Veronica's gonna look at Kaelen all beat up and her brother and make a very difficult decision to come and support Kaelen.
I'm kind of near the door where the witch exited, still kind of like huffing, and I'm gonna drop to my knee and drop the axe, and I'm kind of just trying to recover since I'm pretty wounded.
Veronica's gonna make a side joke and be like, "You coulda dodged some of those."
Yes. Is it over? And I'm gonna look back.
Val's gonna walk up to Vayne and try and examine the wound left by the moonbeam.
Yeah, so you severed his limb pretty neatly, and he is still losing blood through his artery.
That is where it comes out.
Yeah.
By severed, by the way, I mean disintegrated.
Oh, we
Yep.
can't staple it back on?
No. That leg is gone. Just above the knee down.
What is it with
Can I make
the
a
sweet
medicine
end
check to see if
legs?
he...
Sorry.
Sorry.
Can I make a medicine check to see if he's still, like, a little alive?
Well,
Mostly done.
what's your passive medicine score?
Let's see.
It's the one in
12.
the parentheses. Yeah.
12.
12. So with a 12, you know instantly that if he's still alive, you have seconds to stop the blood loss from his leg. Or he will die.
Okay. I'll immediately cast Cure Wounds.
Okay.
Just touch the leg.
Okay. You cast Cure Wounds, and the bleeding doesn't stop, but it slows to a trickle. It's probably enough if he's alive to have saved him. Probably. If he doesn't die of all the other injuries he's experiencing right now in the next several minutes. But now he's not going to die in the next few seconds, if he's alive at all.
Is he alive?
For now, I don't know what you guys want to do here. I'm a little, I don't know
I'm
my
gonna-
depth.
I'm gonna just kind of stumble up and look at Veronica. Are you okay? Is Vane still alive?
Veronica's gonna go and try to kneel down beside Vane, and I don't know if there's anything I can do to further stop the bleeding or anything. Like, I don't know,
Tourniquet.
tourniquet, something.
Yeah, you could like take your belt off or his belt off, make a tourniquet out of it.
Yeah, I want to try to do that.
Okay.
Can I try spare the dying?
Yeah, you can try it.
I mean, there's just a few seconds lost either way, so why not?
Mhm.
I will touch his leg and try spare the dying.
The magic doesn't seem to take hold, but not because he's dead. Something resistant.
That's not good. Can I try to figure out what is going on with that resistance stuff?
Arcana or religion check.
I chose
Um,
poorly.
Reluctant as she is to do this internally, Fig will help Veronica put the tourniquet on because I imagine a soldier has a little bit of understanding of how tourniquets work.
Sure. Arcana 11. You have watched Foul's Moonbeam literally melt people. You have seen that happen. It's radiant damage. Radiance is a lot like fire without the instant cauterizing effects, with a little bit of lingering. You think that the moonbeam may be preventing your spell, and in order to fix it, you probably need to cut off just a little more.
The dot's still ticking.
We need him alive. He can answer all kinds of questions. Whatever we can do, Veronica's gonna plead with the group. It's not right. We have to at least try.
Does Corthynd tell us that?
The radiant damage from the moonbeam seems to be lingering in his wound. I'm afraid we're going to have to cut the wound out to get to the healthier flesh.
I pick up my axe and kind of drag it up, and and I kind of look over at Veronica, and I'm just holding it above, just waiting for her to nod. I'm still raging at this point, so I'm just like, and I'm just looking for her for an answer.
Your rage probably is ended by now. You have to attack or be attacked
Okay,
to
yeah,
keep raging,
it's probably
right?
done.
So
I punch Kaelen.
That is a valid tactic people have used.
only if it's an actual threat. Anyway,
Veronica is gonna look very warily. Oh gosh, that's a tough word. She's gonna look uncomfortably at Kaelen and nod.
All right, I'm gonna swing just above where Corthynd pointed out and sever it across as far as I can.
your axe cuts fairly cleanly through. I mean, it's unmoving flesh. It's not exactly difficult, and you are fairly skilled at what you do. You make a nice little vein leg steak, bone in,
Oh
of
jeez.
course. And yeah. Do you want to retry that spare the dying?
Do we need to do it to both legs?
No, only one leg was burned by the moonbeam.
Okay.
I mean, he's got
will try this
sunburns all
one.
over, but the definitely the worst of it was where the leg got disintegrated.
Right. I'll spare the dying.
This time it takes hold.
Hooray!
I
Yeah,
wipe
'cause
the blood
I'm
off my
out
axe,
of-
like on him, and then I stow it.
I love that.
Disrespect.
As you
He
cast
did
the spell,
steal children.
you gain a bit of an understanding of his current condition. He was suffering from internal bleeding. He is severely burned in numerous places. He has been pelted with force damage from eldritch blasts all over. He's dying. Even with this effort, he's right on the edge, and you're going to need to attend to him for several days just to stabilize him. This isn't a matter of hit points.
We're edging him.
Gross.
I'm gonna look up and at Fig. Are the purple dragons? Would they be okay with him alive like this? Would they be able to watch him?
I mean, certainly they could probably attend to him medically too, but I don't know that there's any guarantee that their healers will be able to handle it. They told me that they don't have a war wizard stationed here. Corthyn's is best they've got. And if
War
he
wizards
can...
are,
Yeah,
in general,
war.
not known for their healing.
But I'm also concerned that if he should survive, he will testify with the false information, and then it will be you and Veronica, and perhaps us too, who are going away for the kidnappings.
If I'm being honest, all due respect, Veronica, I'm kind of only interested in keeping him alive to talk to present company.
Is that
Do
our
I
brand of
feel-
justice?
Go ahead.
We just murder the people.
That deserve it?
When those people are rich enough to buy their way out of actual justice, maybe.
The law should apply equally to the rich and the poor.
We don't know enough. I understand your feelings. I do. I can't put aside the fact that he is my brother. And for all that he has done, all of it horribleness, he still has information that we need. At the very least, we should take advantage of that.
I have no more of my healing magic available to me today. Otherwise, I would have helped. I do want you to remember that he was perfectly willing to sell you up the river.
Do I know if he's critical, obviously, but is there more we need to do immediately, or is
No.
it just the several days of care?
You've solved the immediate problem,
That's
but you're going to need to keep tending to him every day for several days.
Gotcha. Perhaps there is something in his study that would conclusively prove his part in this.
Perhaps a sending stone, if we could confirm that he has the other one. I mean, we confirmed it, but proof.
Search his pockets. Do we find the other?
You can search his pocket, sure. Let me double check here. In
I
his
believe Dell already has
pockets-
his weapon.
Yeah. He does have a ring that he's wearing. His armor, rather, his clothing feels uniquely armored. Might be worth looking at. He doesn't seem to have anything else in his pocket. He's no coin purse on him because he wasn't out. No sending stone on him.
I think we should search his study. Veronica's going to get up and go into the study, I think, and search
Sure.
for the Sending Stone.
Sure.
I'm gonna follow, but I'm just gonna stand outside the door, kind of like watching over, just in case people come in through. Just kind of making sure Veronica's safe.
Sure. So, Veronica, what are you doing to search a study? Are you like opening drawers and hunting, or are you?
I feel like I would have some knowledge of maybe I probably wouldn't know any like secret-y stuff that he would know, like where
Yeah.
he would put it, but
Sure.
I would definitely be looking with familiar where he
I'll give you
keeps
this.
stuff.
You can your choice: investigation, perception, or if you're trained in it, you can use thieves' tools.
So I'm not trained in thieves' tools.
So investigation or perception, your choice.
Corthynd will ask Delryar kind of quietly where Kaelen can't see to go over and get an eye on what Veronica's doing, not try to get into the room, but make sure she's not trying to falsify any documents of her own, just in case she's the actual villain here.
Okay. Del will frown at you, but go and do that. So he'll just stand across from you, Kaelen, looking into the office, watching.
Okay, so if I choose perception,
Yep,
I
just
can
make
just
a
roll
perception
that?
check.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, never mind. I'm gonna do investigation.
I'll also remember you do have an ability, a fighter class ability that you can use here if you need to.
I was looking for it. I couldn't find it. I think that was just charisma checks though. Oh, it is investigation.
Commanding
You're
presence,
right.
which I think applies. Oh no, it's not.
No,
It's
tactical
tactical
assessment.
assessment. Yeah.
Okay, I will expend one superiority die and add it.
Do you? You also have, if you want it, you also have your reroll that you can use from your inspiration.
Okay, I'll go ahead and use my inspiration, and then I also use. Well, I guess I can wait till after I roll.
It only rerolls the d20. It won't reroll the other roll. So
Okay.
yeah, you can wait. You can make the other roll. So there's the. Oh, okay. So 12, and then if you wanted to use your superiority die, go ahead and use it.
Okay, how do I do that again?
If you click the ability, if you click tactical assessment, it should just do it, but it might not.
Okay.
We'll see.
Oh, it did it.
So that's 15.
Okay.
You start digging through the desk, and you open one of the drawers to the right where his writing utensils are, and you frown a moment, think about it, and just reach in and pull them out. And underneath those writing components, you find a little catch, a hidden compartment. You pull it up, and inside, there's a small leather pouch containing 6 platinum coins and a small green and black gemstone with a golden harp inlaid in it.
Would I recognize that as the Sending Stone?
Looks identical to the one you used.
Okay. Veronica's going to pull it out and look at Kaelen and say that I found it.
You also notice while you're in here, Vane is fairly meticulous at bookkeeping. Going through his accounting books might be useful.
Do we have someone who might be a little bit more book smart than Veronica?
Corthynd?
I guess Veronica would be like, hey, Corthynd, you mind looking at all of these wonderful books?
I never mind looking at books. I'll get up and make a note to look over the ring, which I pocketed, and the clothes later.
Mm-hmm.
And go in and check out the books.
Yeah, I mean, as you know,
This
he's got
dog is
several
so
books in the
mad.
library, but the important one is his ledger, his accounting ledger. And that's the one you're going to want to spend some time looking through.
Do I know when that Del stole that book, or was I not made aware of that? The other book. The dragon.
I believe Del told everyone about the book he stole.
Do I see that anywhere before I investigate this ledger?
Make a quick perception check for me.
My vague recollection is that one of the times we talked to Vane, more than one of us talked to Vane, Vane brought it up, and Del was forced to admit that he had
You
taken
do
the
not
book.
see it here.
Okay. I was just going to give it to him if I saw it. So I'll check out the financial ledgers.
Okay. That'll take you a little time. You can use investigation or history for this.
They are the same, so I will use investigation. That's more
20.
like it.
Yeah, 20 is fantastic. Vane's books are relatively clean. He is, as I mentioned, meticulous about his record keeping. And it takes you a while going through this, maybe almost 30 minutes as you go through these records to spot it. You go back, you double check, you look again, you write some notes, you double check again. There's 2,000 gold missing. You don't know where it's gone. You don't know why it's gone. You don't know what it's gone to. But there's about 2,000 gold just missing from his original notes to the end.
Ooh.
And what you can
Ooh,
see
boy.
is that there is some creative glossing over of purchases. Things that just didn't get priced. Or didn't get written down.
By Joaquin's knickers. He just exclaims that while looking at after like a half hour looking at the books.
Veronica's going to go over to Fig and show her the sending stone and say, "Is this enough? This would be enough, right?"
Fig, make a
Maybe
history
don't.
check.
Okay. Oh God, this child.
Oh, by the way, Niv, how's the guard doing? I thought we had left at least one of them alive.
Technically, yes. You haven't checked
Okay.
on him yet.
Yeah, he could have bled out in the time that we've been saving your brother.
You have no idea if that sending stone is enough, Fig. Also, what the fuck with all of your dice?
My
Everyone's
dice?
first roll has been atrocious tonight.
Oh, I was like, I only rolled once.
Everyone's first roll has been atrocious tonight.
I would like to give my inspiration to reroll that history.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Because if I don't do it, maybe it'll work.
I mean, it is
a
higher.
9 is better than a 5.
That is higher, yeah, okay.
Here's what you know, Fig. Enough is determined by the magistrate who judges the case. A nobleman? Those usually get tried by someone much higher than your average magistrate.
He just kind of clearly considers the question for a long time and finally comes around to, I don't really know. The fact that he is a noble, it will make it harder for them to believe us. But the fact that we're noble will make it easier. We have evidence, but no way to show that that evidence wasn't fabricated.
There's a lot of money missing.
That'll probably work in our favor, too.
2,000 gold at least.
While they're talking about this, I'm going to go up and check on the guard, and if he's still alive.
Make a medicine check. So this was Aaron, I believe, right? That you
I
guys
think
left?
so.
Yeah. Captain of Vane's Guard, as it were. Yeah. He's, I mean, he's not in good shape, but he is breathing.
He's not bleeding out. He's stable.
He is breathing. He does not seem to be bleeding out. He seems to be in better shape than Vane right now.
Cool.
I think
Did we
Niv
lose Niv?
froze.
Every time he leans in that forward position, it seems like he freezes because that was the exact time he froze
what's
last
the
night
last
too.
thing you heard?
Just that he doesn't look like he's bleeding out, but he's not conscious.
Yeah,
He's breathing.
He's in better shape than Vane. He's alive.
Cool. Yeah, I'll probably just kind of prop him up and maybe bind his hands with some rope and prop him up against a wall just in case he comes to. I'm also gonna check the front door, make sure we closed that. If we didn't, I'm gonna take a peek outside and then close it, and just kind of make sure that we're in a private
Make a
space with
perception
no
check.
lookers.
People have definitely noticed as you close the door.
I don't think we have much time here. We probably need to wrap this up and get out of this house. We've caught some onlookers, and I have a feeling that we're going to have some company soon.
What if we said that we were attacked by that witch woman? Like, what if we, instead of making it seem like we were attacking them, like, could we fabricate our own story and make it seem more like, I don't know.
Fig just shakes her head. No, the dragons knew what might happen when we came here.
We have no reason to lie.
But
Val,
we're
what are you
saying
up
that
to?
they aren't going to trust us from the get-go.
I'm
We
worried.
give them a
because
story that's more plausible.
Lady Figwyn, could you perhaps walk outside and calm any onlookers? Tell them that it's under the purple dragons and show some authority, and basically help divert the groups in the stairs.
Fig takes a moment to look at herself, like trying to determine if she thinks she's too bloody.
If the purple dragons come, we might not want Vane here if we want to take care of him.
Del is going to sense your concerns about your bloodiness and come over and touch you and perform a minor miracle. You are clean.
Prestidigitation.
Thaumaturgy in this case.
The same thing. Fig,
Prestigitation's lesser brother.
thanks, Del, for making her not look like she just committed murder. And goes to walk outside to talk to the people and try to calm them down and make sure her tabard stays in bright.
I'll deal with that in just a moment. Val, what are you doing? You've been quiet for a bit.
I've just been sitting next to Vane, kind of watching the body.
That's what I thought. Can you make your choice? Investigation, medicine, or herbalism kit? You have advantage on this roll.
Okay.
If you do herbalism kit, it's with wisdom.
Gotcha.
Boy, the number of times Rob has made that face today. It's like 6 or 7 times already.
I'm sorry. I'll turn my camera off.
It's a good one.
Oh.
No, I love it.
Just the face I
Wisdom.
constantly make.
It's the
It's
excited face.
It's the excited
The
face,
best.
yeah.
Okay. 21.
You have 21. Did I miss a roll somewhere?
I
said
rolled an 18.
Yeah, with your herbalism kit, which did take everything
With
into account.
intelligence.
You have advantage though. You didn't roll your advantage.
Oh, whoops.
So it's 18.
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I see why it turns
So it's
to
18.
21. I see why it turns to 21 because you
Yep,
have
wisdom.
plus. Yeah, I see. Yeah. Okay, 21. You sold Vane Dream Mist for his mental health, but Dream Mist users, there's signs, little bits of blue on their fingertips, little lines at the edges of their eyes. Vane has none of that. This man, if he has ever used Dream Mist, you would be shocked. He does not look like a user.
Sometimes the Morden smokes you. All right.
Meanwhile, outside Fig, what you see are people here and there trying to look like they're not watching, especially now that the door has closed and you stepped out. But there's clear gossip, murmurs, concerns. And as you step out, everyone who is trying to look like they weren't looking turns to look at you.
Big just kind of takes a deep breath and goes to stand guard by the door as if she were there in an official capacity. And if people come up to talk to her about what's going on, she'll deal with it, but she's not going to go chase them down. That seems unbecoming.
For now, no one's approaching, but you can tell that the rumors are spreading.
Veronica's going to ask. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, meanwhile, inside, what are the rest of you doing?
I'd like to cast Detect Magic.
Okay. Where are you doing that?
On my eyes.
Before he detects magic, can I have told somebody inside to get one of the house servants to go summon the rest of the dragons?
Nope.
Okay.
You didn't see anybody inside who was alive. There are no house servants
Great.
that you've seen so far.
Would I know if there were house servants? Like, I would
There
have known
should
that,
be.
right?
For
They
example,
were just guards.
For example, your brother had a woman who was responsible for doing his, maintaining his treasury and helping with his schedule. You had an accountant, even though Vane did most of his own accounting. You had somebody to help him with that role. You have cooks. You have servants who help clean and serve food. There's a staff of almost 15 usually in this house. But it is oddly quiet right now.
That's not suspicious at all.
So, you're casting Detect Magic?
Yes.
Where are you casting it?
Well, I'm in the office still.
In the study still. Okay, yeah.
I'll be in there
So
to start.
that's
yeah.
fine. Yeah, I'm just meaning where are you right now? When
Yeah,
you
yeah,
cast
yeah.
the spell?
I know. I said my eyes as a
joke.
answer.
I gotcha. So yeah, obviously Kaelen's axe glows. A couple things on Del glow. You know everything on you glows. The ring that you picked up, which I'm assuming you'll check pretty quickly, does glow.
Mm-hmm.
And if you go out and have a glance at Vane, his clothes glow.
Oh man, how are we gonna get that
rapier,
off?
the rapier Del
okay.
has is glowing.
Inspected the rapier, especially since you already told me what it does. The clothes, interesting.
As Corthynd steps into the room, I'm just going to look at him and if I can see Del and just say, are either of you guys able to cast a spell to find items?
I can see magical ones at the moment.
No, never mind.
Locate object is currently above my pay grade. What are you looking for? Perhaps I could help you search for it.
Vane wasn't using any of that dream mist. I don't know how much he sent to that shack.
So there might still be some here.
Yep.
That's... Veronica. Miss Dracohorn. Forget he almost said Veronica. That's not like Corthyndahast.
Yes.
If we're looking for some illicit drugs that your brother has used to drug the children that he had people kidnap, there's enough of it that were given to him, more so than what we found with the children. If he were to hide it here, do you think he would attempt to hide it in his office or in his bedroom?
I feel like I would have no clue about that. This is all surprise to me. His office, maybe, but we already found the sending stone. So I don't know if he would have another place.
Could be in his personal quarters, Val.
Oh, that's
We stole it out of his office last time. It makes sense if he kept it somewhere else this time.
Would I know, Niv, of any other? No, I didn't think so.
I mean, your brother has always been the perfect older brother who can do no wrong. Why would you expect him to have any hidden places?
Right, yeah.
Are you at all good at investigation, Val? Out of
I
character?
think I'm okay. Let me... no, not right now.
Right,
Oh, no.
the exhaustion. I really want to stay and identify that armor, but I will come and help you search his quarters if you want.
Man, I just thought of a cool first level spell to add to the game. Temporarily ignore the effects of exhaustion for the duration of the spell.
It'd have to be like a 10-minute or something, or like an hour.
Yeah.
Not
Like
very
10 minutes or an hour.
Mhm.
That'd be huge.
I like that, though. Or what about temporarily give somebody else your exhaustion?
Oh, that's even meaner. Anyways, carry on.
I have a feeling we'll have time to check out his clothes later. I don't know how long we've got in this house.
Let's check on Lady Figwyn and ask. I'm gonna kind of crack open the door and ask her, how
Just
long do you
as
think we
you
have?
open the door, just as you crack it open, you see one of the people that are gathering near the house has grown bold enough to start stepping up the stairs. He's got his chin held high, his jaw jutted out. He looks like he's very much trying to hype himself up to look like he's important, but mostly he's terrified right now as he approaches you, Fig.
Fig just tries to remain impassive.
Ugh.
Yes, citizen.
Sorry, some of us was wondering. He just kind of looks past you at Kaelen and like leans like he's trying to look inside. Everything all right in there?
I'm gonna just
You
kind
sure?
of close the door in his face and then let
Yeah.
Lady Figwyn handle it.
Fig just kind of leans into his line of vision until that happens. I assure you
Veronica's
the situation is under control. And that the dragons are away. And there's nothing to worry.
Dragons are aware of it.
Fig straightens her tabard again, like, yes, clearly that's why I have a dragon on my tabard.
Hmm.
She doesn't say that part.
Right. It's just as Yeah, I know someone who works here, and I'm, I just want to make sure, everyone's all right.
Everything's under control. I'm sure you'll have all the answers you want soon enough. But for now, we need to keep things contained.
You can make a deception check or a persuasion check at disadvantage. Your choice. An 11. Ugh.
Be worse.
Right. Sorry for bothering you, milady. He starts to back his way down the stairs, starts to turn, stops, looks over his shoulder again, starts again, and walks away.
He tries very hard not to read too much into his looking back and just stands there.
Immediately see him rejoin another group and start talking. Everybody, in fact, starts gathering around him, clearly wanting to know what was said. Inside.
We don't have much time. If we're going to search his quarters, we should get to it.
To the bedroom.
Is
Yeah.
Thane
Maintain
conscious at all?
my
Sorry, I was just gonna ask if he's conscious at all.
Not a chance. He's still
Okay.
mostly dead.
It's probably best he's not conscious, because he's in a lot of pain, I would imagine.
Fair
Don't have
enough.
any, short of giving him some of the dream mist, we don't have any painkillers at the moment.
That's true.
Del. This would be a great time to...
Del might.
hand
He's
that
very
back,
sympathetic towards saving Vane, so I'll maintain my detect magic
Okay,
just in
so you're
case you
gonna
find anything.
head into the bedroom.
Mhm.
Which, Veronica, I assume you're showing them which one's his, or Kaelen. You both know which one's his, so.
I'll let Kaelen do it.
Kaelen, will you show them?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna head out.
All right, I need an investigation check. There's at least 2 of you in there, so you can do it with advantage.
Okay.
Can I
should
also help
probably do the
search
rolling.
since we're all in there?
Sure, but it's you can only one of you can give advantage, so only one person rolls, and then they get advantage for the assisted roll.
Perfect.
I'll take the 24.
You don't find a lot in here. It's a pretty standard nobleman's room. It's got, a couple of books for entertainment. It's got a couple of different sets of, leather training armor, a couple of different very simple non-magical rapiers, numerous outfits, dozens of outfits. Nothing particularly catches your eye until you find, tucked under the bed, a small trunk. Very small trunk. And folded up very neatly inside is a bit of black cloth, which, when you unfold it, reveals itself to be a very skin-tight black bodysuit that makes no sense for a nobleman to have.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Is that
Huh?
significant to you?
Do I recognize this at all? Have I seen him using
No.
it for training or using it for anything?
No.
I saw something like this in a brothel once.
Are you implying it's a Zentai suit?
I'm
Gimp
not,
suit.
but Tannis clearly is.
Do I get a sense of what it might be used for in terms of being a tactful or attack for tactics?
Tactical.
There you go. Thank
Tactical's the
you.
word
Not-
you want.
Thank you.
Very tactical suit.
There's nothing
realistically-
tactical about a
Very
Zentai suit.
Realistically, Fel, you have seen stuff like this.
Can I make a check to, try
You don't
and
need a
recall
check.
where in my...
You,
Okay.
you don't need a check. This is the kind of stuff that thieves who do second story work would wear to help avoid being seen.
This is a outfit for thieves who are climbing buildings, getting into windows, trying not to get seen, likely in the dark.
Well, that's suspicious.
Fal and Corthin, you're in the room. You can both make intelligence checks if you'd like to remember something.
Oh, goody.
Corthin, you remember the kids that you talked to? The ones that Fal nearly murdered? He did murder their dogs?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had mentioned Harp wearing black. All black. They couldn't see
Did
his
we-
face. He was just in a black outfit.
What did we end up doing with those kids? Did we turn them in?
Sent them off to House Tammarast.
Right. Inconvenient. Reducing them now would just seem like a setup, but that's a good hint. Harp, those children, when they met with him, he was dressed like this.
This plus the other evidence may be useful. Combine it all together.
Yeah, as long as they don't decide we planted all of it.
Adventurers are chartered for a reason. There has to be some level of trust. But we don't find any dream mist, huh?
No dream mist.
Maybe we can plant that.
No.
Joking.
No, we'll keep that close. I'll keep searching.
I want to take a suit of his clothing and I guess the sheets from his bed and take them out to where he's wounded.
Before you do that, Fig, what's your passive perception?
Ten.
Go ahead and make a perception check. Since you are actively trying to be noticing things.
Okay, Fig. I'm gonna.
Okay.
That's much better.
Oh? You can hear booted feet approaching. Heavy booted feet.
Fig figures that's probably the dragons, which is good. She doesn't really have any way to warn the others that dragons are coming without looking super suspicious, so she hopes that they figured that out by themselves.
So you grab the sheet from his beds.
Mm-hmm. And a
Strip
change of
them.
clothes for him.
And a change of clothes for him, and take them out to the main hall.
Yeah, I want the sheets to have something to lay him and wrap him in. You know, don't want him to just be the half-bloodied corpse thing he is.
Mm-hmm.
Give him a little dignity.
You take him out. Are you covering him with the sheet? What are you doing?
Like putting it underneath him at least. I'd
Okay, so you're
intended
gonna-
to try and strip the armor off of him, but it sounds like I want to
I mean, you
time for
can
that.
you can start. You don't know that yet.
I know I know that I don't know that. So yeah, I'll do that. I need to get at the wounds better.
All right. So you go out. You lay the sheet down. You get someone, I assume Fal, to help you move the body onto the sheet. And then you
Yeah.
start removing his clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean,
Ronnie, what do you-
speaking as somebody who did EMT stuff, get the clothes off is the first step.
Ronnie, what are you up to?
Don't really want to wait around while you guys disrobe my brother.
Can't imagine why.
I'll kind of take Veronica over into a corner maybe, and we can talk.
I could make a small suggestion.
Go for it.
You ran out of this place in a hurry. You could go see what's in your room that you could take with you now that you're probably not going to be back here anytime soon since it's a crime scene.
Would I know where, like
Your room
there's a
is? I
lot of
hope.
thoughts going through Veronica's mind about her family and about how can I make this better?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not coming up with anything. So I don't know, maybe going to my room to look for, I don't know, something to make
Your
it
favorite
better.
dress, your favorite clothes. Sure.
Childhood
Any
stuffy.
money that you've stashed.
Yeah.
Your favorite stuffy, sure, right? Like stuff like
Yeah.
that might make
Any
sense.
stuff like that.
We can work out what you find after game if that's all right.
Okay.
Meanwhile, you guys get him moved onto the tarp, the makeshift tarp. You get.
Should we
Start
take him
to
out?
You start
Should
to
we
strip
drag
the
him
clothing off of him as well. And as you peel the jacket away, it transforms in your hand into a piece of leather armor.
Is the rest of the clothing showing as magical?
Yes.
Oh.
Linked to this jacket.
Gotcha.
It's all one piece.
Interesting. So it's
Veronica. Sorry.
glamored?
Seems to be.
Veronica's going to ask Kaelen if he thinks it would be better if Vane wasn't there to argue against us.
I kind of give a heavy sigh, and these matters get very complicated at high levels of nobility such as yourself. When it comes to he said, she said, it's always better when it's just she said. And I will leave it at that.
Meanwhile, outside, Figwyn, those booted feet come into view, and you see 5 purple dragons marching your way. 2 of them were there earlier this morning at the Sign of Thunder. One of them you don't recognize at all. One of them is Kaelen, and the last is Dame Maeve.
He's actually kind of relieved to see that Maeve is with them.
They are rapidly approaching and making their way through the crowd, which is parting for them as they make their way towards you.
As soon as they get within reasonable distance, Vig will salute. Like she's already a knight, even though she's not, because she tries to be very proper.
Maeve makes her way onto the first step. The other 4 knights that are with her fan out and turn facing away from you out into the courtyard, standing guard as Maeve makes her way up the steps to you, returns your salute and says, "Squire, report."
Lady Dracohorn came to us with evidence that her brother was trying to frame her for the kidnapping of the children. We came to confront
She
him.
holds up a hand. The short version. What am I going to find beyond that door?
Lord Vale Dracohorn is on the verge of death and also responsible for the kidnapping of the children.
She
And,
nods
oh yeah,
her head.
Corthin's stripping him inside.
She nods
He
her
doesn't
head.
know that.
She nods her head. Fine. You're with me. And reaches for the door, just as Corthynd gets his pants off.
Fig falls into step just to come through the door and blink about 5,000 times to find Corthynd stripping veiled or vein naked. Like,
He is wearing underclothes. It's not like he's fully naked here, but
Please tell me the underclothes aren't also magical.
They are not. They are not.
Because there's no lengths.
And the
that Corthynd will
pants
not go
and
to for
boots have turned into leather pants and leather boots, armored leather pants and boots, as you have stripped them from him. Maeve hesitates just inside the door, then steps inside, holds the door for you before closing it behind her, and turns and just arches a brow at you, Corthynd.
Not sure. Oh, excellent. You're all here. Well, I assume the other dragons are here as well. Anyways, you're the important one. Vayne is in very bad condition. He's still technically dying. Trying to give him a better... Comfort is not really the word. Chance at life. Also, I'm pretty sure this is magical armor. He just straight up says that. He's not. He has no deception. He's got a -2 deception, my man.
She mutters something very quiet under her breath. Fig, even with your terrible perception, you can hear the words "war wizards" in a very tired tone of voice.
Fig muttering back, "Oh, should I be expecting this in the future?"
She doesn't say anything. She just steps away from you towards the body and kneels down and puts her finger to Vayne's neck. I presume you have a good deal of evidence and testimony against him.
For whatever Veronica Dracohorn's testimony is worth. And I hand over the financial ledger, the stealth suit.
She holds up a hand. Says, I don't want your evidence now. Bring it to me when we can do paperwork.
Yes.
Well, I certainly hope the evidence we have is substantial, but I suppose that depends on whether or not he attempts to weasel out of it when he wakes up.
Which he will, regardless of whether he did it or not. So let's assume that he will speak against you if he lives. But now that he is in my care, he must live, if I am capable of making that so.
It would have been far easier for us to allow him to die.
Which possibly speaks in your favor, or makes you idiots. I'm not sure which.
Fig's expression makes it clear she's also not sure which.
Fine. Here's how this will work. I'm going to have Kael come in and take testimony from each of you, declaring any items you're removing from this house as evidence, so that it can be calculated and observed when the time comes to present it. Once you are done presenting your evidence, you will all leave. My dragons will take over the scene. We will make sure that his body is tended to and that he is cared for by the best healers available. That might be you, which means I might call on you all to help him.
We've already done much to save his life as it was. Anything else we can do? I certainly would not be against.
Noted.
By all means, just may need to rest before I can help more.
She waves a hand at that, like that's obvious. She understands. Very well, then I think you have done enough here. So, If you would all make your way to the front, I will have Kael enter and interview you while my dragons secure the rest of the villa. Unfortunately, Lady Dracohorn, I will not be allowed to leave you here. You must leave for the moment. Do you have some other arrangement?
Yes.
Very well.
Can I visit him?
One eyebrow slowly raises.
He knows so much. There's obviously more to the story. We didn't get a chance to ask him questions.
We'll see.
I only asked this because
She holds up another hand. I don't want to know. My answer is we'll see. Depends on how things go over the next several hours.
Okay.
And days. Please be patient. I understand that you wish to spend time with your brother. I will do what I can.
Female magic user that was at the fisherman's assisting the kidnappers was here during our
They
fight.
called her Lysandra, I believe.
She escaped.
Her lips
Again.
purse in annoyance.
I can
Another
provide a description.
loose end. Yes. Just speak with Kael for now. Get yourselves out of here. Tomorrow morning I expect all of you at my office to provide written testimonies as to what you know, what you believe, and what you have found.
Certainly.
Fine.
Big
Then she
salutes
stands and motions you all towards the door, away from the body, shooing you guys away from the body, and makes her way towards the door and opens it. Kael, get in here! And he mounts the steps quickly.
Take one last look at that magical armor.
Yes, Maeve. Interview them. Find out what they're removing from this place. Whether it's evidence or spoils. And then let them go for now. Right. The rest of you in here as well. And all three of the remaining knights come in, and they start working on covering the body, making sure it's well attended to, but also making sure that he can, breathe and whatnot, getting him set up for that.
What about Aaron?
They take Aaron into custody. Out of character, what are each of you guys declaring to Kael? He just wants to know what items and whether they are spoils or evidence.
As far as I can recall from last week, Fig didn't take anything, so she is not personally declaring anything.
Del will declare the rapier as spoils.
Do I?
Go ahead.
Do I know the ramifications of declaring this information?
So adventurers in Cormyr are officially chartered, and it is expected that adventurers will keep some of what they find, regardless of who it originally belonged to. That's just the nature of adventurers, is that they largely don't get paid except in spoils. So they're expected to find and take spoils. But evidence is something that is expected to come back and to be used in the trial against Vayne.
Okay, so I don't think Veronica would feel like she needs to declare any of the stuff that she's taken from her own room. But the sending stone, she would. Minus the platinum. She would probably not say anything about the platinum.
Okay, so you're going to declare the sending stone as evidence.
Yes.
Okay.
That we found it in Vayne's office.
He will probably ask you about the things you found in your room, but if you just give him a look and are like, these are mine, he'll be like, right? Yeah. Understood.
Like, this is still my house, too.
Right, exactly. Right. Like, he's not the brightest in the bunch, but he can figure it out once you make it clear what that is. Okay. Anybody else? What are you declaring?
If he comes up and asks me, I'm just gonna kind of look
He's
down
not
at all the blood.
coming up.
on
You're
me.
expected to talk to him on your way
Oh,
out.
okay. Yeah, I just look down and just say Bane's blood and some of my own, and then I walk out.
badass.
Spoils. Never mind.
Spoils.
Meet you at the furniture later for a pint.
Sure. What have you got?
Hopefully, good enough evidence. I will offer the ledger,
Mm-hmm.
explaining that it does not match up. There's missing money, possibly used to pay for the kidnappings.
He just holds up a hand and goes, I don't need
Right.
the explanation. Just, what is it?
Oh, he's going to over-explain everything. He offers the stealth suit found in his bedroom, noting that Harp was seen in a similar outfit. He will note that the sending stone that Veronica handed over was found in a secret compartment in his office desk. He will declare the ring and the armor as spoils. I think that's everything. We don't have any dream mist.
Although honestly, the absence of it is suspicious enough.
Yeah. I don't know if we
Something to
should. Well,
discuss later.
we can mention the dream mist of Maeve, but we don't have any, so we're not declaring it.
Yep. And then finally, Fal.
I didn't touch anything.
All right. And he'll nudge each of you out of the door, close the door behind him, and stand in front of it, just standing there the same way Fig was 30 minutes ago. Which leaves you all on the streets of Thunderstone. Bloodied, very bloodied. As
I'm gonna look over
many
at Del.
gawking lookers on watch you descend the steps.
Can I say that
Corthy-
I don't look very bloodied because I don't feel like I didn't get hit.
You weren't near the melee, yeah, that's fair.
I'm not bloodied anymore.
Right, okay. Individuals may not be, but, on the whole, you're a bloody group.
Corthin will immediately clean himself when he sees the stairs with prestidigitation.
I'm gonna look over as Corthyndahast does that, and just kind of look down at myself and just kind of shrug at him and just like, what about me?
What about you?
Can you do the same thing?
Yes, I could.
It would be nice to not have to take a bath later.
That does sound like it would be nice.
Orson, just clean him, please.
Fine. And then I look over at Del because I saw him do it to Fig. What about you? Can you handle this?
Miracles
Oh,
don't
come
always
on.
work exactly the same for everyone.
What is
Um,
wrong with
I'm
you
I'm just gonna pull
two?
out. I'm gonna pull out just like a rag and just start wiping my face, and I'm gonna
Cor-
throw it
once
at the
Del
mage.
says that, Corthin snaps his fingers and Kaelen is now clean. So that's why arcane magic is so much better than the God Botherer's turns.
No one said we need to bathe.
And he's going to do
That's
it on
always
Foul
disgusting,
just because
Foul.
of that comment.
So everyone's clean now.
Veronica just
Because
starts
regretting-
walking. Sorry,
Yeah,
go ahead.
traveling with a whole bunch of men. Like, boys are gross.
Hey,
Veronica's
Corthin was just waiting to be asked.
gonna beeline for the inn. I'm assuming that's where we're going.
I'm following.
Corthin is going to lag behind because he's immediately identifying that ring in the middle of the street. His curiosity for magic overwhelms anything.
I'll give
else
you.
he's
It takes
doing.
about 10 minutes before you get there.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
At least you couldn't be, like, run over by
Is
a car or
Are
something.
you guys otherwise all going to the Sign of Thunder?
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
have anywhere
Yeah,
else to go.
That's my ultimate dimension.
It's totally fine.
Destination.
Rob, it's a ring of mind shielding.
That absolutely tracks.
Also fascinating.
possibly should be submitted as evidence, but I submitted it as loot, so it's noted that he had it.
It's on your sheet.
Awesome.
And you figured out what this is, so I'll put that on your sheet as well.
Ooh. Corthynd slowly makes it. Do I have the armor?
Yeah. You declared it, so I assume you took it. Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if they'd let. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
She
Corthynd
pushed you away from the
slowly makes
body,
his
not
way,
away
so
from
he's
your
now,
pile
like-
of armor that you pulled off of it.
I mean, I did bring a change of clothes for him, so I'm very generous with my looting.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And a sheet.
Look,
He slowly
every
makes his
time
way because he's now
anything
encumbered with loot.
bad happens, I want a blankie, so I get that.
All right, so you guys are back at the Sign of Thunder. With seemingly the day to yourselves.
Fig is going to try her best to spend the day in the kitchen with Mavis because that's her happy place and she's not feeling great about what they just did, how it all shook out.
What time is it? Roughly.
Early afternoon. Maybe 1 o'clock.
I'll probably go up the stairs. Well, I guess I'd be following wherever Veronica goes, to be honest. Hoping that-
Veronica's gonna ask for a room by herself again and see if they have one open.
Mavis just apologetically shakes her head. Not yet, dear, but I'll let you know.
How many rooms are in this place?
Oh, Lord. I don't know the number off the top of my head. Don't make me go count them all.
Count.
I'll tell you what I would like to do, and then you can tell me if I can do it. Veronica would like to find someone that is staying in one of these other rooms and pay them to leave so that she can have her own room.
It's not, she doesn't smell. I promise. Dog person aside, she actually just smells like a regular person.
They're like 16 or 17.
If it's okay, don't feel like if that's not okay, then
Well, you'll have to find
certainly
someone,
try.
So there'll be some rolls involved.
Okay. All right, well then I guess I'll just go upstairs and start knocking on doors and say, "Excuse me."
Oh, Lord. Okay. Yeah, sure. You go upstairs and find a room and knock on a door.
Yeah.
Okay. Wrong lever.
Kaelen, you can go. You can come with me if you want, but like Veronica has had enough today, and she wants this freaking room by herself.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely with you, for sure.
So you come up the stairs. Are you just going to the very first room?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's immediately to the right of the stairs. Everybody coming up the stairs to every room will go past this room.
Sure. Veronica couldn't care which room
Okay.
it is.
You knock on the door. No one answers.
She will shout, "Hello! Someone's in there!"
No one answers.
All right, she's gonna go to the next one.
The next one is a bathroom.
All right, well that doesn't count. Next one.
Across the way is Kaelen will tell you. Across the way is where a large like workroom and where the boys have been sleeping.
Okay, well that doesn't count either. We'll go to
And
the
then
next
there's
one.
another one right at the base of the stairs to the 3rd floor. You knock there.
Yep.
No answer.
She's gonna shout again. I have an offer. I have an offer for you. If you will just answer the door.
You hear the stairs above you start creaking as if somebody's about to come down the stairs.
She will realize that, scuttle, and be like, excuse me, good sir."
The
Or
person
ma'am.
coming down the stairs is a halfling. You saw him this morning. He made your breakfast. Is everything all right, my lady?
Do you have a room upstairs?
The room I share with my mama, yeah.
I don't suppose.
Veronica!
You can't take the people who run the inn's room.
Can I help you?
I'm not taking it. I'm paying for it.
I love that.
Yes. I am looking to pay for someone's room for them at another inn so that I can have my own.
Begging your pardon, ma'am, but there's only one other.
And where is
and
that
they're
one?
cheaper than us.
I will pay more than them. I will, like, I just want my own room, please.
I understand, but if my mom's told you we don't have a room, it's because we don't have a room.
Well, you don't have a room because someone is occupying it.
Aye, that's true, because they want to be occupying it.
But they could be occupying another room for free or at a profit, and... Listen,
Oh, poor Veronica, suddenly discovering not everything can be just made her way with money.
This is so great though, because it feels so in character.
I'm willing to pay someone to vacate the room at a profit for themselves.
I understand. I'll tell you what, why don't you, go downstairs, write a note to that effect, and, we'll give it to anyone who comes through.
Well, let me know. Let me know.
Sure. Anyone who wants to take you up on the offer, I'll let you know.
I would love to talk to them.
Of course,
Hey.
of course.
Maybe I could
Mm-hmm.
convince them.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And she's gonna awkwardly kind of like walk down the stairs and
He
sit at a
yawns,
table.
but he follows you slowly to the top of the stairs to the second floor. Gives you a little wave as you start your way down.
Actually,
Waits.
before I hit the last stairs, can I knock on that that first door again?
Ma'am,
You're missing out.
I think they're out right now. I don't know if you know, but it's midday. Most people go out.
That means they're not occupying the room.
But it's still theirs. They've paid for it.
Okay. All right. Fine. So walk down the
What
stairs.
if I'm gonna kind of lean over and Veronica, maybe you can stay in Lady Figwyn's room by yourself for a little while until a room opens up, and I can just sit outside and maybe just protect your alone time for a little while.
No. We'll
They
just
say having not asked Fig about this at all.
we'll just go down the stairs, and when we see someone go up the stairs, we'll stop them and say, "Hey."
You hear a heavy sigh behind you.
And
Please don't accost the patrons.
it's not accosting. I'm giving them an offer.
Mm.
Anyway, let's go downstairs, get some drinks, and everything will be fine.
That sounds like a great idea. You should go downstairs and get some drinks. I'll tell you what. Have drinks for both of you. 1 drink each on the house.
Make
Thank
it
you.
2 drinks.
Jesus.
He gives you a look.
She's going to invent the term Karen for Faerun, and it's going to be a Veronica.
I'm just saying, I'm already inconvenienced.
I love, honestly, your portrayal of Veronica, because finally we have a noble in the group that acts like a noble.
My lady, with all due respect, I could have you removed from this inn.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna-
yeah, yeah. I could go down the stairs and get my drinks.
As we walk past, I'm just gonna kind of looking under my breath, say careful, and then I'm gonna go down and follow Veronica down.
It's a really good thing Fig's been in the kitchen for all of this, because my goodness.
He just shakes his head and makes his way back upstairs to go back to sleep.
1-star review. That's all I gotta say.
As we're at the counter drinking, I'm gonna lean over and kind of whisper in Veronica's ear, do we need something harder than this? And I kind of raise the glass.
I
It's
think
been
we
a
need
day.
more than one somethings.
Okay. Well, when the time is right and you feel that you're safe in this new company, I may depart for a little while and find something for us.
Sounds good to me.
Meanwhile, what are the
Corthin-
rest of you doing?
Corthin will decide he wants to go shopping. He wants to go pick up a shield at the blacksmith's, and while he's there, let it known that the person who kidnapped their kid is in custody.
Okay. Anybody else got anything you're doing?
Kids.
I know about the muffins.
Val's gonna nap until like the evening.
Do you have hit dice left?
Probably not. Let's see. Oh, I do.
As a reminder, when you take a short rest, which I'll let you, actually even a breather, whenever you take a breather or a short rest, you can spend a hit die to remove exhaustion, 1 for 1.
Cool. Do that.
All right. Okay. So Corthin, you go and you can buy a shield. Whatever the PHP price is, that's what he'll charge you for it.
Okay.
And let him know that the kidnapper is in jail. He will be a bit surprised and give you a startled look, but nod his tentative thanks. He looks confused a little, like he's not sure what you mean. Maybe like he's a little checked out of reality still.
Darn, I was hoping he'd press me on who it was.
Nope. Anything else you want to do while you're out?
I would like to stop by Huntsover's place.
Mm-hmm. There is still a knight on duty there.
Right. I asked them if it would be all right if I speak with Lord Huntsover.
I'm afraid not. Dame Maeve still got him under house arrest pending the completion of his investigation.
Shame. It looks like he was going to say something, then he thinks better of it and goes back to the Sign of Thunder.
She, the knight, hesitantly, as you start to turn, asks, is it true?
That would entirely depend on what it is.
The kids. The newspaper said you've got them back.
We did, yes. And the person responsible is at your guard station right now.
She makes a thoughtful look, like she's trying to do 2 + 2 and is coming up with 5. I see. Well, good job then.
We do our best. Much obliged. And he'll go to pick up a broadsheet.
Oh, okay. It's 1 copper.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
Okay, let me go find the current broadsheet. Here it is. And I will share it with all of you.
Hey, when Kaelen goes and grabs something stronger, can I ask him to go get me some arrows too?
Yep, you got it, milady.
Paranoid about these arrows.
Anywho, there you are. One broadsheet, ready for reading. When you buy it, by the way, Inkwell informs you that you will find Article 2 particularly interesting.
How delightful. We made the papers.
Well, I think at
And
that
then
time. Sorry, go ahead.
he will absentmindedly read it while making his way back to the Sign of Thunder.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if no one's going to jump in, I'm going to take this moment to go find some harder stuff for us.
Sure. Not hard. There's plenty of ciders and ales and wines and even slightly harder stuff than that around town. How hard are you looking for, and how much?
Well, I'm going to have to borrow some money from Veronica to make this happen, I'm sure.
Absolutely fine.
But I'm going to go to my contact, Dorn, who is one of the local ones that I frequent.
Yeah, Kale's brother, right?
He doesn't necessarily know that.
Oh,
But yeah.
right.
You go find Dorn.
You
He's
know
usually
that.
found at the Furniture's Fate.
All right. I go up to him and I've come to him probably many times at this point and get my usual from him.
What's your usual? Oh,
Well,
that. Did I put a price on that?
I don't know.
I think I did.
Do we have 2 addicts now?
Yeah, so it's 100 gold per dose.
So I'd probably get 2 doses with the money that Veronica lent me.
How
Okay.
much is gold is a platinum?
10.
10.
Oh, okay. I don't know how
we
Are you
have
much
buying
enough?
money I
Dream
have.
Mist?
Yeah, I'm just going to suggest, in the off chance that you're buying Dream Mist, that would be incredibly bad optics right
Is
now.
it? It's not dream. It's not dream. We're not getting Dream Mist, right? It's the other
You
thing
are
that he
not buying
linked.
Dream Mist. It's
No.
If you go to the items tab, I believe you have access to this article. The items tab up here and under poisons, drugs, and other substances. You should be able to see it there. You don't have access. Let me give you access.
Sobriety is for nobles.
There you go. Now you have access. At this point, everybody has access to Dream Mist, so I'll fix that.
Considering how much things to be unsilver cost, I don't know if that sobriety is for nobles.
Well, this one's pretty intense, right? Because
Yeah, it's
more like
extremely intense.
We're looking for like more recreational drugs, just like.
If you just want something recreational, you're not likely to find drugs here, actually. Recreational drugs are highly uncommon in Cormyr, but alcohol
No
is...
weed.
Yeah.
Okay. Well then,
They
maybe I
they
didn't
got
go
hard
to all of
stuff.
this.
They got hard stuff, and then
LSD only.
they got hard stuff, and then they got like alcohol.
Then in that case, I probably did not go to Dorn for this in this
Okay.
moment. I probably just maybe when to. I mean, they probably have pretty hard stuff in this establishment, I'm assuming, but just some pretty hefty alcohol, I would guess.
Well, I'll tell you, you're more likely to get hard stuff at either the Furniture's Fate or the... What was the first tavern you guys were in? The
Dragon's Den.
The Dragon's Den, that's right. Those two are more likely to have hard alcohol. The Sign of Thunder and the other inn in town are really just inns. They've only got like beer and maybe cider, because they're not trying to attract people for alcohol. They're trying to attract people for staying the night. Alcohol is just a thing that you drink when you have dinner or breakfast.
Gotcha. Yeah, I will basically pick up a bottle of something very, very strong.
Sure. So,
The strongest they got at the place.
they do have Moonshay whiskey. That's pretty strong.
Sounds good.
15 gold a bottle.
Cool. I'll get a bottle of that,
Okay.
and I will head back.
Okie doke.
And I plop it onto the counter, and guessing pop a cork and
By
just
this
pass
point,
the bottle.
Mavis is actually done helping Fig with muffins. There's only so many muffins Mavis can make in a day without, running out of supplies. So when you put the bottle down, she will open it for you and pour it for you.
Veronica wants to eat 3 muffins.
That's up to Fig. They're her muffins.
Big.
Veronica does not get any of the extra special muffins right now. She can have the regular muffins, but not the extra special ones. Those are out of as needed basis.
Corthyndahast gets a few streets away with the broadsheet before very loudly cursing in Elven, and then turning around and stomping angrily back towards the press offices.
Okay.
That little smirk tells me exactly, exactly why.
I actually don't remember which article has got you upset. I wrote this like 4 weeks ago, so...
Slams the door open, walks in, just slams the article down on the desk, pointing to the second article.
Yes?
Do you not have any journalistic integrity?
The cat leans back a little.
Making that face catch
This
Mike when he's about to hate
falsely
you with a
claims that Much Obliged is a group of young nobles. Incorrect. I am not, nor would I ever claim to be, nobility.
Fig isn't really that young. Not that you know that.
The cat... Inkwell just kind of licks his teeth, looks down at the article, looks back up at you and says, "Authors will write what authors will write. Our editors do their best to make sure the information is mostly correct. But it's very hard to get extras out quickly. Sometimes it is more important to get the information out slightly wrong than to have everything perfect. The people must know.
Perfect.
They have a right to know." Cheer up. You're a hero.
I am an apprentice to Ganderhast, not a damned noble.
And a hero.
He paces back, turns in a complete circle, just like clearly he's upset, and he knows taking it out on the cat will do nothing but hurt him in the long run.
Inkwell just preens the feathers in his wings.
I don't suppose you'd be interested in a breaking story.
Possibly.
Such as
By the way, for our new players, this is Inkwell.
The editor-in-chief of this paper.
He is the editor-in-chief. This was the senior editor of the paper.
That's awesome.
The villain behind the dire kidnappings, known as Harp, has been apprehended.
Yes, yes. We know all about Lord Haldar Huntsilver.
No, the one currently at the Purple Dragon's lockup.
They've arrested him, finally.
Well, Apprentice to Ganrahast just dealt with the true Harp.
Mm-hmm. Wouldn't that be confusing for the readers?
The truth would be confusing.
Possibly. I'll tell you what. Why don't you schedule some time to come by with one of my junior writers, and they will be glad to take your testimonial. Maybe it'll even show up in next week's paper.
I suppose I'll do that. As long as you've psyched me correctly.
That will be up to the editor and the writer. Alistair! Alistair! And the cat just takes to the air and flies away. Alistair, schedule a time with him to come back and speak with one of our junior writers. I'm sure what he has to say is not entirely worthless. And Alistair, the gentleman with the kind face who you saw the first time you came here, makes his way to the front and holds out a piece of paper. Right. What time would be good this week for you?
I don't have any other pressing matters at the moment. Although, should Maeve call me in for testimony, obviously that would take priority.
Of course, of course. Priority is always given to the crown and to her dragons. But, which day would you prefer? We've got room tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. The next, no, not that day either. And, perhaps 3 days from now. We've got about 15 minutes available.
Sure, why not?
Wonderful, I'll write you down here, and... And then he takes another turn of the page, writes something else down, tears the page out, and offers it to you.
Okay, I'll take it.
It's just a date and time and a name.
By then, everyone's likely to know Dracohorn did it anyways.
Well, it's not like we're going to put out another issue of the paper before next week.
I suppose that's true. You are the most reliable and well-read paper in the city.
We're the only paper in the city.
Exactly. And I will... What's the... Just have the appointment time on the paper? So
And a name.
Okay, yeah. Thank you. And then he turns to go. Hate that cat. Remind me never to get a Tressum. And then he'll conspicuously, by himself, and nobody popping up out of nowhere, walk back to the Sign of Thunder.
Okey-doke.
Paper clutched in his hand.
Oh my god, I can't hear myself think.
Kismet's
Yes, you can.
wonderful down here, by the way.
You're thinking bark, 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 bark.
Yep, that's all I can ever hear, ever. That's all I've ever heard. That's all every sound has ever been. Every song is bark,
I
bark,
mean-
bark.
That's probably 50% what you'd be thinking anyways, right?
Shush. Just because I'm a dog. I'm a polyglot also. You have to remember that.
So, anyways, is there anything else you guys want to do today other than get drunk and try not to think about what you've just done for a little while?
After my nap, I'm gonna head to my mom's house, hoping it's late enough that she's done working.
Sure. About what time is it?
It's probably like 6-ish.
Okay. Yeah. So you make your way there, make your way in, knock on the door, and she
Yeah.
opens it for you, gives you a big hug.
Hey.
Hello, dear.
Hi. It's great to see you. Sorry about last time.
That's all right.
I feel like we need to talk.
Would you like
about-
dinner?
Sure, that would be great.
And she has put together a nice, lovely vegetable stew for dinner. Serves you a bowl, joins you at the table. And what was it you wanted to talk about?
First, I'm going to just have mouthful after mouthful of this and just scarf down the stew. One sec. Oh, well, I've been running around with some new folks, and they're good. They're good folks. Different. Anyways, I've run into some weird family stuff.
Family?
Yeah. Both sides. I'm not
She
really.
slowly raises her brows.
Do you have any siblings you haven't told me about? I mean, I'm not sure. We haven't really spoken about any of this stuff, I don't think.
Whom have you met?
Couple people. I have a list of the Shaynors. Could you remind me which one was the one that was living?
Yeah.
Was that Aelin?
Was living. You killed them.
Yeah.
Ciari.
Sorry.
Ciari Shaynor.
Ciari Shaynor.
Make an insight check immediately, please. As you say that name, you see a riot of emotions pass through your mom's eyes. She is an elf. Elves are very good at schooling their emotions, at showing what they want to show. But you see it anyways. Briefly, you see fear, anger, surprise. And then finally, sadness is the one that she lingers on the longest before getting control of it. All of this happens in less than a second. But you see it all there. What about Ciari Shaynor?
Well, I kind of ran into him and crypt full of other Xehanors. At the time, he was in the middle of some pretty dark stuff. I'm really sorry, but he's dead.
Closes her eyes at that. Stays quiet for several moments. A minute passes.
I'm gonna get up and just kind of give her a side hug as she's sitting down, I assume.
Yeah. She leans into you just a little. Takes a deep breath and then lets it out slowly. And you feel, now that you're touching her, now that you're hugging her, there is just a very slight shaking. Quivering almost, with very carefully controlled, concealed emotions that she doesn't want to let go. And as she lets that breath out, I see. Well, I suppose that closes that book then, doesn't it?
I don't know. I don't know what book I'm supposed to be reading here. Who was he?
If I tell you not to worry about it, that's not going to help, is it?
I don't think I'm gonna have much option dealing with what I've been getting myself into lately.
I assume you and your friends have discovered Eldreth Veluthro.
Yeah.
That is the dividing line between my brother and I. Was, I suppose. Which I suppose makes me the last Xehanor. And you, its only heir.
What happened between you and him? Why the divide? I mean,
Eldreth
I
Veluthro.
get the Eldrith. Yes, but
I
I
don't
guess
know
I don't
what more you
understand.
want to know. He had decided that humans are, well, the word he used was a disease, but obviously I don't share that opinion.
Did he know about?
You?
Yeah.
No. I have not spoken to my brother in over a century. I can only hope that his soul finds its way to Arvandor.
Yeah. I got this from him. I'm gonna show her the amulet.
Her eyes widen just a little, and she takes your hands and gently cups the amulet in your hands without touching it. Keep this with you. I don't know why my brother still had it. I would think it would be entirely contrary to his philosophy, but I hope it will not be contrary to yours.
It's been nice so far.
Legends. Legends say that it contains the soul of Sithrin Shaenor's partner. That she made it for him and placed herself within it so that she could always remind him of who he is, who he was, and who he should be. A difficult task for one who has devoted their soul to the study of shadows.
My great grandma's in this amulet?
Or so the legend says. Very old elven artifacts are not always easy to know the truth, where legend begins and where truth ends. But if you have it, then it is meant for you to have it. Perhaps there is something troubling you that she wants to help steer you the correct direction.
It's a comforting thought.
I'm sorry I never told you about Ciali.
Now I can understand. I'm sorry I killed him.
I am sad to hear of his passage, but I am not sorry. I'm not sorry that you have removed a great evil from this world. Humans are not a disease. You are living proof of that, my child.
Thanks. I'll give her a kiss on the cheek and sit back down at the table. How have you been, though? The money's helping, I hope.
I don't need your money, Val. I just need to know that you're safe.
Money's gonna have to do for now. I joined a adventuring party, chartered and everything.
And are you going on adventures?
Yeah, that's how I ran into Salen. We just kind of are putting the bookend on one of them right now. I don't know what's gonna happen after this, if everyone's gonna go their own way or what, but we were also working on behalf of Hunt Silver. I feel like there's...
Make another insight check for me.
Okay.
That one startles her, surprises her. Brief bit of happiness. Again, all in the span of a second before she schools her emotions again. Hunt Silver. As in
Haldar.
Lord. You should refer to him as Lord Haldar.
Yeah. Sure.
And how has that gone?
It's going okay. I think he knows. My father. Probably, obviously more than I do, probably. But we
She
kind of skirted around it.
purses her lips like she is a bit like when you catch an 8-year-old with their hand in the cookie jar and they're trying to find an excuse. That's about what she looks like right now.
It's
What has
fine.
he
We
told you.
not much, really. Like I said, we kind of. I kind of avoided the subject. I don't.
Do you like him? Has he been kind?
I don't know. He seems kind dealing with the other folks I've seen him around. I feel like I'm just not in a good place to open up.
Well, I suppose I've kept one too many secrets from you, so you have a right to know. I just hoped you would never find out, which is selfish of me. I'm sorry. His brother, his younger brother, was your father.
I see. Yeah, he kind of implied that pretty heavily, but I don't think it makes much of a difference at this point.
It could. That depends on what the two of you decide.
What do you think of him?
Lord Haldar? I don't know him. I never knew him. Morlun... I didn't know the truth about Morlun until after you were... And then the war, and... Well, I never got the chance to meet the family, but you must understand that nobles in Cormyr... There is a necessity that their children come from appropriate marriages. Morlun and I were never married. For them, that makes you a bastard child. Born out of wedlock and unable to claim the Hunt Silver name unless they claim you as legitimate. Morlun told me he would. He said he would like to. He just needed to deal with politics first. I told him it wasn't necessary, that we had everything we needed. So I don't know whether anything happened. Lord Haldar could still claim you, if that's what you wanted, and if that's what he wanted. But that will have to be between you and he.
I'm just happy you told me.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner.
I understand you've had a lot on your plate for a long time.
She looks a little sad at that.
That was a great stew. Do we have any
More?
extra?
Of course. And she takes your bowl and quickly whisks off to the kitchen to refill it.
I'll probably just hang out there, eat more stew, and change the subject.
Avoid
Hang
this
out there.
conversation for the
Yeah.
rest of the night. Yep. I know how that goes. All right. It is 8:06. Why don't we take our break here, and we can pick up the next morning after a short rest.
Corthynd would do something else that night, but that sounds good.
Okay. We'll deal with that after break then. If I can find... There it is. All right. So, Rob, you said you wanted to do something this evening before the next day.
Yes, study Shaynor's spellbook.
Ah, good choice. Good choice.
Also, if Fowl comes in, show him the travesty of us being called nobles in the broadsheet.
Can I have a conversation with Fig?
You absolutely can. While Rob and I work out his roles here. Give me just a moment. Okay. Here we are. Rob, I need a constitution. Hold on.
Should we all join the Sign of Thunder?
Constitution. You don't need to be on the map. It's fine. I need... And you are reading it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, make a 1d4.
What's the other option? Smacking against the wall?
Choosing not to read it?
Oh. Well, I mean, I don't know how else to progress with it without reading it, so yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So go ahead and roll 1d4. You have no saving throws to make tonight.
Hooray.
That's not ominous at all.
Hooray.
4.
Surely.
Wow. Brings you up to 11 on your progression there. So yeah, you get quite a bit out of it tonight.
Hooray. That is
All right,
good.
cool. Meanwhile, Fig and Veronica.
I think so I would be sitting at one of the tables, and Kaelen, you might be there. We would be drinking probably at this point. And Fig, I don't know where you would be.
She'd probably just be milling around trying to keep herself occupied once she was thrown out of the kitchens because they don't have anything else to make muffins with.
Would you come and join us?
There's a limit to how much she is willing to make.
Would you come sit with Kaelen and I?
Probably not on her own recognizance, just because you were pretty obviously fairly desperate to not share a room with her, so she is under the impression you don't like her very much.
Okay, well then, sitting at our table, probably more than a few drinks in Veronica will call your name very loudly, very obnoxiously. Figwyn! Come here! Figwyn, Figwyn. Figgy, Figgy.
Part of her
Oh my
really
God.
desperately wants to not respond to that, but her body language changes in a way that makes it very, like very much evokes like a dog perking its ears up and its little tail starting to go crazy, and she absolutely comes over.
Veronica will pat the seat next to her and be like, come sit. Have some fun. We accomplished something today, right?
I wasn't so sure whether it was a good thing we accomplished, she says as she sits down.
Good. Not good. I will say, we're not done. Right? Right? We're not done. There was that nasty little lady. We gotta get her next. Right?
I don't have any idea how to track her down. She seems to come and go as she pleases.
Ezra, I'm gonna leave. What about the mage? The mage can do it. He can track, I bet. Where's the mage? I'm gonna look around and see if I see Corthynd.
Corthynd, where are you at with this reading?
In my room.
Mm-hmm. You do not see the mage.
Veronica's
yell
gonna be.
across.
Yeah.
I'm gonna yell across because I'm pretty drunk at this point too. To the owners of the establishment. Hey, can you find our mage friend and tell him to come down? We have something to discuss.
Fig just kind of like shoots a look over.
Looks at Fig.
Fig just kind of looks a little worried and distressed, like just shakes her head like, I don't know what's wrong with them. I'm sorry.
Veronica's gonna take a step to stand on her chair and be like, Corin!
Dearie.
Oh, no.
Mavis makes her way over,
Dracohorn,
like holding both hands up, like, please stop. Please.
Fig will also stand up and try to help Veronica down with an 18 strength. So she's really going to make a point about it.
Oh, well, I'm pretty dexterous. I don't know about...
All right, so Fig, your athletics versus Veronica, your acrobatics. Veronica, you have disadvantage.
Dang it.
You have stated yourself as drunk.
Which one do I roll again?
Acrobatics.
Unfortunately for you, Fig is quite strong.
And then hover that
Oh, wait.
acrobatics and push the minus.
Oh, yeah.
Your roll there, and then push the minus. So 25 to 12.
Okay. Okay.
Fig not only reaches up and pulls you down, she pulls you down so fast that you have somewhat lost all sense of where your feet have gone and are very confused how you wound up in Fig's arms as she sets you back down on your chair.
I will just lean against her. Be like, aw. I didn't know you cared.
Well, I don't want you to break an arm.
My lady Dracohorn, if I may please, I know that you are unhappy with the accommodations we provided, and I am very sorry. I am looking for an available room as fast as I can, but please, I must ask that you maintain some sense of decorum in the public areas.
Unhappy? What made you think I was unhappy?
She
All
just
I
holds
want-
up the letter in your handwriting.
I
Hey,
just
just-
wanted more space, that's all.
Kind of smiles at Mavis and says, just a little bit more loudly than necessary, but not like obnoxiously loud. I'm afraid Lady Dracohorn might have to learn to compromise a little bit on space. But that's not on you. You're doing a great job.
I agree. You are doing a great job.
Wonderful. You mentioned me fetching someone for you?
Yeah,
The
we have
mage.
lots to talk about.
I don't think it's necessary to disturb Corthyndahast. He's probably reading spells or whatever wizards do. I think if he could so easily track someone, he would have already.
What use are they? They can't track someone with their magic.
He's been quite helpful on this adventure, thank you.
You have two, Figwyn. This has been amazing. I'm so glad we met.
Are you?
Of course.
Mavis very quickly makes herself scarce.
It's always nice to have someone big, strong arms with your the swordy thing. It's incredibly helpful. You were doing some very fancy magic going on. Wait, not magic.
Maybe we should take your bottle of moonshine whiskey. What's left of it upstairs?
Would you like some?
perhaps?
And I'd
It's
offer.
like there's like a finger left.
Yeah, it's like nothing.
No, no, thank you. I
We can
think
get a
it's
fancy
probably-
glass.
It's probably best if somebody keeps their head on straight tonight.
Your loss. I really do appreciate you, though.
Thank you. We should probably go upstairs though, because Lord knows that. Well, I guess gods know that the Gazette doesn't need any more to gossip about than the Darts already has.
You know, they do have that sitting room next to us. I wonder. That's an unoccupied space.
What?
Do you think that they would convert that into a bedroom?
No.
No.
I think they're doing the best that they can for your requests, but with
You're right.
all due respect, Lady Dracohorn, you're not the queen.
Oh, I would never. Quite right. Quite right. Let's.
Sure, you can use the sitting space to sit in, but you should probably sleep in your room.
Yeah. Those were good muffins.
House chef at House Hawklin taught me how to bake.
Have you ever considered a bakery?
Oh, sometimes, but I always wanted to be a knight. My mother was a knight.
Oh, I did not know that.
It was a long time ago.
What do you like about being a knight?
I like making sure that the people in Cormyr who can't keep themselves safe are safe. Everyone has the right, I think, to just be able to live their lives as long as they're not hurting other people.
I agree. Too bad my brother did not agree with that.
So,
Oh
I'm
well.
none too
Things will
happy
work
about
out.
how that played out.
You know, I think, and then she's just gonna lay her head down very slowly and fall asleep on the table.
They're just gonna sigh really heavily and attempt to fireman carry Lady Dracohorn up the stairs to the bedroom where she can be laid on a bed at least.
I will help bring her up the stairs, but I'll probably fall and collapse on the same sofa outside the door.
Fig will tuck her in all nice and neatly and take her boots off. She's not gonna strip her, but she'll make sure her feet don't get the dirty.
Thank you.
It's going to be
Fig
an
is,
uncomfortable morning.
I mean, I'm at least not having to explain to her why she's in her small clothes.
I presume you're at least taking off her weapons and stuff and putting them next to
Yeah,
her.
sure, yes. I will make it so that she doesn't stab herself in the night by rolling over on a dagger or something, but I'm not stripping her because that's
Yeah, I get it. I'm just making sure you're doing the minimum.
yeah, no, she's big sister tucking you in kind of thing. Even though I think she's smaller than Veronica.
I think that's true. All right. Anything else this evening? All right.
Not me.
No, my only other thing is I will say that she's absolutely not sleeping out on she's sleeping in her room where Veronica is.
Kaelen and Veronica. I need a Constitution saving throw.
Uh-oh. I didn't know the consequences of these actions.
You absolutely know that when you drink yourself stupid, you wake up with a hangover.
Yeah, alcohol is a poison, so
Unless somehow you've never experienced a hangover, in which Apollo I'm extremely jealous of.
I'm surprised you don't have a feature that makes that easier for you, Kaelen.
I feel like I should.
I'm going to just give you advantage because of your subclass.
Shouldn't monks get that at some point? Immune to poisons or whatever?
They
What
do, but
type
he
of-
doesn't
Way
have
of the
that yet.
Drunken Master.
Is this an ability check or a saving throw?
Saving throw. In the future Kixt, you can just hover the roll, and there's a plus and a minus. But it's okay.
Gotcha.
So you rolled an 11. Veronica got a 19. Of course Veronica got a 19. Veronica...
At least she holds her liquor.
You wake up...
I'm used to this.
Yeah, no, whatever. You were drinking all night? Who cares? You wake up stupidly not drunk. Not hungover. Absolutely fine. Kaelen, you're okay. You got a little bit of a headache. A little water will fix it.
I'm gonna get up and head down into the breakfast area pretty much immediately, just looking for water.
I should do this.
I was just about to ask if this qualified.
Yeah.
Wait, this is short rest. Okay.
This is a short rest. You have access to food and drink and an external water source.
I don't really need to spend any dice because I'm already max health, right?
Yeah, that's probably fine. But you'll get back like your expended superiority dice, so.
But you can get those back without spending the hit die, right?
Yeah. I'm just saying she gets them because short rest.
I should
Okie
have
dokie.
gotten half of my lay on hand.
I don't know if that's still true. I don't remember if we kept
Well,
that.
he did not do it automatically if it
Yeah,
is.
double check the house rules, see what it says.
Yay, martial superiority. It's
Ugh,
back.
which fucking button is the house rule?
It's under player documents, house rules. Under the
Oh,
journals.
under journal. Okay. That was the step that was missing.
I don't think. Yeah, I'm looking at the class changes. I don't think you get that anymore. We tried that briefly, and I decided not to stay with it.
Okay, well, then it did exactly what you expected it to.
Hit die returned. Or used, rather. Anyways, right. So, you're all awake. Do you meet for breakfast as usual?
Do I know how Shaynor's spellbook gets its charges back?
Do I remember how Shaynor's spellbook gets its charges back? Is a better question.
Yeah, that's a good question. It's a very good question.
One moment. Here, I don't know why this isn't in the description you've got. It should be. For some reason it was in the other part of the description.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, one more thing to change there. There you go.
Thank you. Okay, excellent. In that case, I will cast false life upon myself on waking.
Okay.
What does that do?
Gives him temporary hit points.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Very few temporary hit points, but I'll take it.
5's a
I
day.
just kept going, but you're actually alive. What?
Yeah, false life gives temporary hit points.
Extra hit points.
He looks more alive this morning than normal.
My hair is very glossy.
Yes, shiny green, glossy hair. Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's false life.
Okay.
Corthyndahast at least would join the morning breakfast ritual.
Yes, Fig will not be skipping breakfast. If she skips breakfast, something is very wrong.
I'll join and ask Corthynd to borrow the copy of the newspaper.
Oh yeah, he's very willing to show it around and talks at length about what an injustice it is that they're falsely applying the noble title to Fal and to Corthynd.
As I read
probably-
through as you pass around, I read through it. Much obliged. Are you set on that? Because I think we're a pretty tough group. We could be the malevolent marauders or the nefarious naysayers or
We're not going to
sinister
be the
spite
fighting
squadron.
mongooses. We are not going to be the fighting mongooses.
I believe I already offered
Bloody
that.
death knights.
You already did, and you already know it's taken.
Yeah. The charter for our adventuring group is already applied. And neither of you are on it.
Ah. Well.
soon to be rectified. We've got a very important mission. We've got to find that witch.
Oh yeah. I was ready to start talking about whether we were looking for a new job soon.
Oh yeah, I just remembered O'Sealy when I figured out that I have no reason to have figured out O'Sealy, and now I'm mad again.
Can Veronica spend a portion of her morning writing a letter to her father to try
If
and get
you have
word?
paper.
Mm,
Corthyn pulls out a stack of paper and his pen to start writing a letter.
So, Corthynd,
Yes?
that's some mighty fine penmanship. I'm very impressed. Where did you learn that from?
Comment there.
Impressive. Kaelen, do you have any paper?
Ah, I do. I pull out my calligraphy set, and I hand it over, and I say, just be careful, please. It is very precious to me.
I will, absolutely. I would like to write a letter to my father to give him my version of what has happened and desperately try to get it to him before he gets word.
I encourage you to write that letter out for me in full sometime over the next week. I will give you a place to do it.
Okay, I will try.
I want to know what
What
Veronica
the heck,
actually
Crypt
says.
Keeper voice?
You're asking someone who draws pictures to write words.
My
which
wife does
is-
both
I
of
can
those
do
things.
both.
You're very talented.
You seem
Okay.
to have a pretty good grasp of Veronica's like monologue voice, so I think you did fine.
All
I
right,
think
well,
you'll do
I will
great.
make an attempt.
You can ask ChatGPT for help if you need to.
I refuse.
And Corthyn is writing a letter to Gynrhast detailing.
Again, I would
Yeah,
love
I will.
if you would.
Yep. Mhm. Yeah.
I'm setting both of you. If you look on the journals tab under player documents notes, I am giving both of you note that you will own, that you can add whatever you want to.
Cool.
Wonderful. It's
So-
okay when it's not me that has to write out the note, but then suddenly I change my mind about the whole thing when it's me that has to do it.
There you go. Each of you now has a place you can write your notes in.
Alrighty.
Cool. But it will, generally outline everything that's happened, state that I am extremely confident of Vane's guilt, and that it's likely with him still being alive that he may be able to get suggest otherwise.
I would like to offer to. He's gonna say no. But since we're both sending letters, would it make sense for us to both drop them off to the courier or request a courier?
I mean,
know,
that
how
makes
does that
sense
work?
out of character, yeah.
Just ask a
Okay.
big character.
Okay. So, Corinth, I noticed that you are writing a letter. I am also writing a letter. Would you like help sending your letter?
I believe I know the way to the courier station.
Perfect. You can show me.
I would be absolutely delighted.
Of course, Veronica's lived in this town for years and has no idea where the courier is.
She had people for that.
Yeah.
Corthyn, he's been here like a week or two. Already knows where everything is.
Kind of looks at Corthyn's. I'd be absolutely delighted with this very dubious expression, but she has learned since she's been traveling with Much Obliged, she doesn't say anything.
He is very gracious to people that ask for his assistance. So far, this is the first time either of the two have asked him. They've been stuff like, "Oh, I noticed you have a nice whatever there. indicating that he should give whatever he's got to them, but they never asked for anything. He would have gladly shared what he had.
Yeah. Veronica is very happy to join Corinth to this courier.
Corthyn. His name's
Corthin.
Corthyn.
What?
Eventually get it.
Corthin. To this courier.
Although I have to say,
meanwhile-
Veronica calling him Corinth instead is hilarious.
It's in character.
Before you guys go, are you guys going to have any other discussions here at the table? Anything you want to talk about? Plans for your day? Things you're going to do?
I'm just like in between bites, just like listing off more and more, just like brutal group names to just try to sound cool. They just end up with like dismemberment, like some like lots of blood in the titles, and
Fig
trying to
just
get
keeps
it away
giving
from the
him
nobility side.
So like heavy metal bands, really blood
Yeah,
metal
it's like
bands.
heavy
Yeah.
metal bands, like
Death metal
and
bands, yeah.
the more death metal-y the name, the more of a stank face he gets from Fig. But she
I-
still doesn't say anything. She just keeps giving him glowering looks. Like, what
I
the hell is
draw
wrong
out
with
like
you?
a logo of one of them, but you can't read it because it's in like that death metal writing that's just like illegible.
Is there anything that we want or need to tell Lord Huntsilver? I'm gonna.
It would be difficult to do so. He's currently still under house arrest.
We probably
can-
have to let the dragons finish their investigation before we should be telling him anything.
I
sure
already
I can
attempted.
get in there.
I would like to meet this Hunt Silver. Actually, I probably have already met him, right?
Yeah, again,
I'm
Fig
sure
gives you a
you-
very confused look, because how would you exist in the noble
I'm
sphere
sure
without...
you have met him, but like he's Vane's age, actually a little older than Vane. He's a year older than Vane. Like you probably haven't spent a lot of time around him.
Right.
His daughter is 17. Her name is Penelope. She's a lot closer to your age.
I feel like in some ways Veronica would recognize that her family Vane, but her family has done some wrong and wanting to make it up for it, and meeting this Hunt Silver would be kind of a step towards that.
Mhm.
So I don't
So-
know if we wanted to go visit him. That would be fine. with
Corthin
me.
was just about to tell you something about that, though.
Oh,
think.
sorry.
Rob?
I've already attempted to visit with Lord Huntsilver. He is still under house arrest, and I was turned away.
Surely a cat or spider could get over on a guard.
What if I asked? Would that make a difference?
I really do not think that they would allow us in to see him on the suggestion of one of the suspects of the whole thing to meet with a second suspect.
I think it's probably best if we just are a little patient.
Fair
But
enough.
if you are going to visit him, make sure he knows what's happened and that Vane's been arrested. Not that you will be.
Okay.
Wink.
Are you supposed to say the wink part out loud?
Master always did.
I find it helpful.
Although I suppose one doesn't really argue with someone who can conjure meteors.
Oh, wouldn't that be a treat? I've never seen a meteor.
So, any plans for the day? Aside from dropping mail off?
We need a lead.
Yeah.
We're just
I was
waiting
think-
for. Sorry, go ahead.
I was thinking of traveling up to get more grove water.
What's that?
Water from a grove.
It's really good water.
I'm willing to try. Are we just
Maeve-
waiting for them?
Maeve
The purple.
did ask you guys to swing by her office this morning.
That's what I was gonna ask. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There is a little bit of Veronica that is curious how her brother's doing as well.
Fig will remember this and be like, we do have to go by and give official statements to Maeve at some point.
It would be helpful for us to know whether or not Vane is talking.
Okay.
Before we leave, I need a moment, and I'm gonna walk out into one of the like the sitting areas with no people that has like a door that I can kind of close myself into. I'm gonna sit down on one of the couches, and I take out my axe and I put it on the table in front of me, and I pull my legs up, sit cross-legged, and I try to recenter myself after what happened yesterday and all
Make a
of
wisdom
the alcohol.
check for me.
Ability or saving throw?
Ability.
Oh, check.
Yeah, you find it. I mean, listen, like I said at the intro, this was one of your bullies, right? This guy, he spent a long time bullying you. Privately, quietly, around your best friend. And you've suffered it for a long time. Nothing you did yesterday is wrong. You did all the right things. Veronica's safe. You're safe. It's not too hard for you to find your center again.
After some time, I get up and I leave the axe on the table and I start to walk towards the door and I look back at it. And my hand, I kind of feel this like twitching in it. And I go back and I pick up the axe and I put it back in.
I'm gonna leave the glamored leather armor in my strong box in my room.
Okay.
So that I don't have to walk very slowly around everywhere.
Okay. How many suits of armor are you going to carry, man? You got like a ton of armor now.
Well, I'm hoping to find somebody who can wear it,
Mm.
obviously.
Okay.
Or we'll sell it. I don't know if anyone can use leather armor, so.
I mean, I suppose I could use it, but it's not better than what I'm wearing.
It's worse
Can
than
I
what you're
use
wearing
it?
for you. You could, yeah. Would be real good on an archer. Dex-based characters are real good with leather.
I'll consider it.
Mhm.
I don't know if it'll clash, you know?
But it can't because it's glamored, so it looks like whatever you want it to.
That's even better. Now I want it.
Could look like a pretty dress. It could look like really badass superhero outfit. Whatever you want.
Oh, that's
Just go up
clearly.
to Corthyndahast and be like, excuse me, that's property of the Dracohorn family, and just take it.
Yeah, I'll think about how to approach Corthin about it.
Yeah. So in the
Corin?
meanwhile,
Corthin?
Corthin. You had it right the first time
Corthin.
that
I did
time.
it right. Good. Awesome.
Meanwhile, you guys are heading to the dragons? Down to the barracks?
Well, Fig is, at least.
Yeah,
a
I
quick
mean, might as well
pit
stop
stop.
by there first.
By the
With a quick
couriers,
pit stop at the couriers, right?
Right.
Okay. And your letters are both going to Suzelle, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
That's the
where
capital. That's where your dad is.
Yeah.
That'll be 1 gold each.
I feel like we've been spending moolah, and I don't know how much moolah I actually have, and so I'm anxious about it.
It
It
should
should
be on your sheet.
inventory page. At the bottom, there's
You got
a
that
bunch of
5
letters.
platinum earlier. Oh, you don't have any there.
Restricted gold.
Hold on.
I
Right.
literally have nothing, so I just keep looking at Veronica.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about because I don't think I have
yeah,
anything.
Veronica,
either.
you don't have any money except the 5 plat. Well, you do have the 5 tri-crowns, so I'll put those on your sheet for now.
What's a tri-crown?
A platinum.
Oh, how much?
Yeah, a platinum piece.
10
Okay,
gold
so
each.
So, yeah. So 1 tri-crown is 10 golden lions. 1 golden lion is 2... I forget what those are. Eagles.
Electrum Blue Eyes.
Alan?
Electrum Blue Eyes, that's right, thank you. Also, 1 golden lion is 10 silver falcons, rather. And then 1 silver falcon is 10 copper thumbs.
oh, is this written down somewhere?
It's just 10
It's
for
just-
everything except for
It's
the
10 for everything except the Electrum
Electrum.
Blue Eyes.
It's his metric, and almost nobody uses Electrum.
So
Okay,
if you look
sure.
at the very bottom of your inventory, you'll see you've got 5
I see it.
TC. Yeah. That said, you did give up money for Kaelen to buy alcohol yesterday, and I assume Kaelen has none? No money of his own to buy that with, right?
I mean, we would have paid him a stipend
Yeah,
for being a guard.
well, but he apparently has no money on his sheet, so
Well, neither did I either.
it probably means you guys left it in the house.
Oh, well. Sure.
So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to knock that down to that and put that at that, and that's what you have right now. And like I said, after we'll
Okay.
discuss what else you have.
All right.
You might have
Sounds
more than that, but that's at least what you have right now. So
All
yeah, it'll be 1 golden lion to send this letter to.
Sounds good.
To Cizel.
Okay.
And as you guys hand off the letter, they nod and say it should be there within the 10-day. And then you guys make your way to the barracks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
As you guys get in, for Kaelen and Veronica's sake, inside the barracks there's a waiting room of sorts just at the entrance, and there's a man standing behind the. It's not so much a counter as a podium in front of a single door, very well protected, heavy door behind him. And as you enter, he looks up, spots the other 4 members, and sighs. Ah, much obliged. Dame Maeve told me you'd be coming by this morning. Here to provide your testimony.
We are.
Yes.
And as always, it is a delight to see you.
While you're here, I understand that 2 others, and his eyes very pointedly look at Kaelen and Veronica, have been traveling with you the past day or so. Should they be added to your charter?
Quite right. We should
No.
be. What? What do you
We
mean?
have
no?
more business to deal with, Mage. We should join your group.
If you're going to join our group, you could at least learn his name.
Not this time.
Tahast.
Apologies. Corthyndahast? Corthynd.
Not at this time.
Veronica's gonna look pretty downtrodden.
He looks between
Maybe
the
even
3 of
pouting.
them, then to Figwyn, then to Fal, then to Del, trying to judge if anybody else is going to say anything.
I think we have some more internal affairs to discuss before we come to a definite conclusion on that one. So for now, I'll possibly just leave the charter as it is.
More time to convince you for Death Spike group.
I do feel it important to remind that adventuring must be done under charter, and if they are to travel with you, you should probably reconsider whether to add them to the charter. But I understand that pressing circumstances within Thunderstone have necessitated alliances beyond the norm. I doubt charges will be pressed immediately, You have time. In the meanwhile, if you would all take a seat, I will let Maeve know that you are here to give your statements and evidence.
Yeah, the real answer is I don't want to leave Dell's player out of that IC conversation, but he's not here, and I can't have Fig say that.
It's totally fine. You can have that conversation later.
Which conversation?
Whether or not to put you guys on the charter.
I would like to say Happy New Year from the East Coast.
Happy New Year.
Hey,
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Do you guys all
Veronica.
take your seats?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Veronica's gonna
Mhm.
mumble about how much they've sacrificed and how
Okay, friggin' Maid
Veronica has
Shadowstorm.
Veronica's given everything. What have you given?
yeah, her family's name, her brother. She shot her brother with an arrow.
The administrator makes his way into the back, and a few moments later returns and says, "Which of you would like to go first?"
I will. Veronica will.
With all due respect, a member of Much Obliged should probably go first.
Well, then I believe you had most of the
Fine.
evidence in your possession still.
Yeah, might as well go first.
Very good. Please follow me. And he will lead you into the back, where you see a few offices, a barracks, clearly a barracks, beds, place for them to keep their things, and beyond you can see a training yard. He leads you to the first office and motions.
I'll go in.
And inside is Maeve sitting behind her desk, and she stands as you enter. Ah, Corthyndahast, please have a seat. And she dismisses him, and he heads back to the front to wait.
I'll sit down.
Let's begin with any evidence you have first. I believe you recorded several items here.
Yes. And I put down the ledger, this ledger, and the stealth suit, this outfit Harp was seen in. What else did I think that was it for evidence?
I think that's all you declared for evidence,
Yeah.
yes. You also
What's the
mentioned
third
this. He mentioned the stone, but Veronica has it.
Right. Oh, I'll put out the other stone. I'll say this was not within the house, but it was what led us to the house. It's the other half of the sending stone that Lady Dracohorn has.
I see.
This was recovered. I believe it was was it the Fisher people, or was it the Elven guys?
It was the Fishers.
This was recovered from the fishermen, the kidnappers.
I see. And she takes notes. And this, she motions to the ledger.
This is House Dracohorn, this branch of House Dracohorn's financial ledgers. There is a discrepancy of 2,000 gold coins unaccounted for, possibly used to fund this venture.
Quite a great deal of money. I see. And the black garment?
An outfit that the villain Harp was seen wearing on previous occasions.
I see.
There are some children currently residing with House Tammarast. I say children. Troubled youths currently residing with House Tammarast that would be able to back up that statement.
Did you say Utes?
Youths.
I see.
I'm old enough to say youths. Corthins wouldn't, but
No, you missed my cousin Vinny
I
reference.
did
My
not say
bad now.
youths.
What's a Ute?
I did say Ute, but I'm ignoring it, and so I said I'm rewriting history that I said youths.
She looks between the items briefly and then back to the stone. What is the relevance of the sending stone?
Veronica Dracohorn came to us for help. The most unlikely of things to have happened, but it did. She had left her home, stating that she found her brother was planning to frame her for this whole thing. She did not know. She claimed she didn't know what her brother was up to. But the short of it is, we had her use this stone to see if she could recognize who was on the other end. We were assuming, given that it is Hop's symbol and the kidnappers were working for Hop, that whoever would be on the other side of it would be Hop himself. It was Vayne on the other side of it.
And not Harp.
It was Vayne and it was Harp.
So you are suggesting that Vayne Dracohorn is Harp.
This particular connection, admittedly, we only have Veronica's word on that, since she was the one who heard the sending.
Is there any potential that Veronica is herself Harp?
She was on our list of suspects. I won't say that she wasn't.
I will O'Seeley remind you that Fig was very vocal about reminding people that the cronies said that Harp was male and human.
Mm-hmm. His associates have repeatedly referred to Harp as masculine and human. She does qualify for one of those, at least, but...
Voices can be faked if they never saw a face.
Quite right. Frankly, I don't believe she would have the acumen to do this.
So you believe she is innocent?
I do.
And you believe Vayne Dracohorn is guilty?
Without any doubt in my mind.
You're willing to sign your name to that?
I am, yes.
She
I may have already done so.
takes a piece of paper and offers it to you and says, "Please write your version of the events of the past several days and what you have learned. Sign your name at the bottom to each sheet. Your full name, please."
Of course. And yeah, I'll write it out.
Okay.
Leaving nothing out, including the Tanthul and all that.
Mm-hmm. And when you are through, she will collect your paper and say, "I thank you for your time, Master Wizard, and for your investigation in this matter. Please send in another."
Certainly. Thank you. And I'll stand up and go out and say, "Figwyn, you're up next."
Fig just nods and goes to take her turn in the interrogation room.
And as you step in, Maeve stands. There's a brief look on her face. Annoyance, maybe? It's hard to read. She motions towards the chair. "Squire Hawklin, please be seated."
Fig will sit after she's saluted properly because she's trying very hard to be a goodest girl.
Your version of events. You did not declare any evidence, so I presume you have none.
I am not carrying any, no. Unless you count my personal journal, but I did not feel that qualified as anything other than my testimony.
Your testimony, please.
We have been investigating the issue of Harp, as you know, and the leads began to suggest it was somebody in the Dracohorn family whose name started with a V. Given that we were also told by some of the hirelings that were taking part in this that Harp was a male, we were already fairly loosely convinced that it was Vayne, and Lady Dracohorn came to us. From what I can tell, he's been doing it to destabilize the politics in the area, and undermine Hunt Silver's attempts to unify the different races that live in the area. They were working with she knows the word. How do I pronounce the stupid elf terrorist group?
Eldrith Veluthra.
They were working with Eldrith Veluthra, which is where the children were being held. He was targeting enemies of Hunt Silver. Well, debtors to Hunt Silver specifically to make him look bad.
So you believe that Hunt Silver is innocent?
At least with this, yes. I don't believe he was involved in this particular scheme. I think he was free.
And you believe that Vayne Dracohorn is guilty?
Wholehearted. I would swear to Shantae, I believe so.
I must ask, why would a squire of the realm, a squire whose family has produced more knights than any other family, why would a Hawklin take justice into their own hands when it could cost them their spurs?
She just takes a long, deep breath and kind of closes her eyes a little bit and nods and says, "You know how much it would mean to me to get my spurs, but more even than that is protecting the young and vulnerable of Cormyr. And you said yourself, your hands were tied. And Lord Dracohorn is not of insignificant influence. He could hide his tracks as long as he needed to, as long as nobody was looking too closely. I just suppose I was worried that if I gave you this information without anything more concrete, it would languish on your desk because there's too much to do, and more children would disappear."
So you believed that the defense of Cormyr outweighed the judicial process of Cormyr. Is that correct?
I believed we could convince Vayne to talk to us. He did not.
I see. Are you willing to put all of this to paper with your name?
Absolutely.
She will hand you paper and a pen.
Fig will, while she's writing her thing out, offer her journal so that if she missed anything, forgot anything, Maeve can have access to it because she's been taking very studious little notes.
She will read through your journal while you write. And when you're through, she will nod and say, "Thank you, Lady Figwyn Hawklin," and offer you back your journal. I don't think I'll be needing this. Your testimony should contain most of this. But if we do, I'll be sure to ask again.
Absolutely. I always have it on me. And then she salutes again and will
Please
go out and
send
send
in
the
another.
next person. Yep. Send in someone else and try not to fuss about not being called Squire this time.
Who do you send in, or do you just not say a name at all?
She'll send in Foul because she's kind of worried that if she doesn't, Foul will just sort of try not to go in.
Foul
just sighs and meanders into the office. Sits down.
Ah, Foul. A local.
Yes.
I have been hoping to hear your perspective. It must be strange to you running around with all these nobles, having them tell you what to do, tell you what to say, tell you who's a villain, who's a hero.
I don't pay much mind to them, honestly. I think the close quarters have kind of allowed some of those formalities to slip by the wayside with them. But it has been a lot of looking in all the directions. It's been nice to finally have some clarity lately.
And that clarity has led you to believe what?
that Dracohorn is Harp.
Truly you believe so?
Well, we came to you with the concerns about the kids, and then you had us look into the
I'm
incidents around
asking
town.
what you believe. Your conviction.
Yes, every witness and item and symbol that we've come across points to Vane.
Fortunately, the word of a commoner against the word of a noble will do no good, so your testimony will not be admissible. Nor, I'm afraid, will mine. I'll be passing all of this up to another, but I appreciate your insight. I do have one other question for you.
Sure.
Actually, perhaps two. The first is Lord Huntsilver. Any thoughts?
Well, I think that what my adventuring group and the nobles in that group, he's gonna try not to roll his eyes, have found where's his name? He seems to have been
You believe he is innocent?
telling the truth. I believe he didn't kidnap these children.
It's interesting, that phrase.
I believe he is innocent in this matter. I don't know what you nobles,
Still,
well, these nobles,
I'm no noble.
I know.
I'm just interested that when I asked you that question, you gave the same answer as Lady Figwyn Hawklin. Neither of you was willing to speak with conviction on Lord Huntsilver's innocence. It's interesting. Never mind. Your friends, your companions. You trust them?
Yes.
Very well. Thank you for your time, Val. Will you send in the next for me?
Yep. He'll go back into the waiting room, plop down next to Fig. That's why I don't talk to dragons. And just went over at Kaelen and just say, you're up.
Oh,
Fig very puzzledly
oh.
looks to Val and says, "You came out of the dragon's office to tell the dragon that you don't talk to dragons."
No offense.
She just kind of nods, like, okay.
Kixt, are you back?
Kinda, yes.
Okay. We can have him point at Veronica if you'd prefer, if you need another minute.
Or Del, who needs to get shoofed through.
Yeah, I need another minute. I'm trying to help
Okay.
out with kid aggro.
We'll go to Veronica, actually.
I'm listening, though. I have my headset on.
No worries. So yeah, Veronica, you're next.
I just want to make a comment that every subsequent person coming out, like Veronica's staring at them to try and because she's super nervous. She feels like they could easily implicate her. And
Well, if
anyway,
it
so
makes you feel any better, Fig does not even really look at Veronica. Fig looks sad and worried.
fair.
When Veronica's name is called, Corthyndahast will actually go over to her and place a hand on her arm. Lady Draco, Veronica,
Yes,
you have nothing to fear from the truth.
it's whether or not people believe the truth that worries me.
And the truth is the truth. Whether they believe it or not is beyond the point.
It is the point when it has to do with your freedom and your family.
Lady Dracohorn.
Yeah,
Good luck.
thank you. All right, she follows.
He leads you to the back to Maeve's office and escorts you in. And Maeve stands and motions to her chair. You notice now that she's very short. She's shorter than Fig. She's shorter
Fig's
than
like 5'4".
anybody in this party by almost a head. She's human, but she's very, very short. But she motions to the chair. Lady Veronica, please have a seat.
As Veronica's walking in, she's going to take a couple of really big deep breaths and then put on a very noble mask to try and project an air of confidence.
You look nervous. Would you like some tea?
I would love some tea.
Wonderful. Tea, please. She calls to someone outside, and they nod and start working on getting it together.
I love your office.
Oh.
It's quite pleasant.
Thank you. You've no need to be worried. This is just a formality, writing down all the things that are important. Testimony, evidence.
Of course, of course. I want nothing more than to be helpful.
Wonderful. And after a moment, a cup of tea is brought to you. It's Earl Grey with a little bit of... Do you take cream and sugar?
Oh, yes, please.
And she'll do up your tea for you, and there you are. Now, if I may ask, you mentioned to Sir Kael that you had a stone?
Yes. When we went to confront my brother to ask him questions, and the scuffle ensued. Afterward, we searched for this sending stone.
May I see it?
Yes. Then I hand it over.
And she'll take it and look it over. It's very distinctive.
I thought so too.
And is there some evidentiary context for the sending stone? Some reason you believe why it might be relevant?
I was told on my initial meeting with Much Obliged that they had a sending stone that they believed perpetrator used to contact Harp. And in my efforts to uncover whether or not that was truly Vayne or not, I used the partner stone to contact whoever was on the other end. Very clearly discovered that it was my brother.
And this stone, you found it where?
It was hidden within his desk.
I see. And if I go to look in his desk, I'll find this place it was hidden?
Yes, I wasn't alone when I found it. There
Who
were
else
others.
saw you find it?
Del was there, as well as Kaelen.
Lord Delryar Tammarast.
Correct.
Wonderful, yes. And whom else?
Kaelen?
Kaelen. Ah, Mr. Hashmoore.
Yes.
I see. Very well. And, you've confirmed that this stone and the other are linked?
Oh, we did assume. That's myself talking. We believe so, yes.
Well, simple matter to check. I'll have that done later today. Thank you.
There was a curious inscription on the stones. The symbol of a harp?
Yes, I can see it here. She motions to the golden harp on it.
I don't know if it would be too much trouble, but if at some point my brother awakes, I would like to understand that symbol and why he chose to use it. I am concerned, and I expressed this originally to Much Obliged, that he was somehow trying to set me up for these horrible kidnappings.
Why would a harp indicate you?
I play a harp?
Oh,
But I don't
my poor
understand
dear.
why.
Well, I would
Whoops.
not care to explain the potential motivations of a kidnapper. Suffice to say that if the evidence bears true, you will not be accosted for this. Well, legally. I can't, of course, guarantee that the mob won't find out and do as mobs do. But you will have the full protection of the dragons, as all Cormyran citizens and nobles have. Never mind.
Do I trust this person?
Make an insight check.
Okay.
I was like, I don't know. Do you trust cops?
I don't know. There's just something. It's my suspicious nature. Insight. Can I?
Your tactical acumen might apply here.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the tactical assessment and roll that.
Okay, go for it. Nine.
Poop.
Yeah. I mean,
I'd like to give my inspiration to that one.
Okay. You can re-roll the 7 specifically. Roll another wisdom check, insight check, and we'll add 2 to it.
Oh God.
So we'll stick with the 9, perhaps.
Yes. That was bad.
When you re-roll that, you're supposed to do better.
I know.
With a 9,
Thank you.
what you get from her is that she seems kind and concerned, and also a little bit like she is a little bit humoring you. There's some sense that she might think you're a bit foolish. You're not sure if you're just sensing that because you feel a bit foolish or if it's actually her. But she's not, she doesn't seem like she's judging you overtly. She seems like she's genuine when she says that the dragons will try and protect you from the mob.
Oh gosh. Okay. Try being the operative word. All right. Cool. Yeah, I appreciate everything that you and the dragons do in keeping order and holding my brother accountable. I would like, as the representative of House Dracohorn, to do whatever I can to help those that my brother has harmed.
You believe he did it?
Yes.
Interesting. Are you willing to write your testimony and sign your name to it?
If that's necessary, yes.
It is a decision you must make here and now.
What are the ramifications?
Without your testimony cannot be used to aid in conviction of your brother. With your testimony, its weight will be added to the others.
Given my brother is convicted, what happens then?
Likely he will be beheaded. What he has done is likely considered treason, but it will be the Queen's decision.
What of my family?
Again, that will be the Queen's decision. Noble families have been excised from Cormyr in the past for treason, but this seems more localized, more singular, and not something your entire family was a part of. I suspect the Queen will do nothing more than give your father a slap on the wrist. If that.
Anything I can do to aid?
In giving
That.
your father a slap on the wrist?
No. To make reparations for my family's choices, my brother's choices.
You're asking how you can protect your family name.
Yes.
Lady Dracohorn, may I offer you some advice?
Of course.
The Queen's opinion of your family is not salient. The Queen was not harmed by these actions, other than the general harm that is done whenever a noble takes action which harms Cormyr's people. Don't worry about the Queen's opinion of your family. But also, there is very little you can do to influence her anyhow unless you go to court and present yourself as a courtier and whatever it is nobles do as courtiers to the Queen. What you can do, what you should do, is good. Do good for the people of Cormyr, the people that were harmed, the people of Thunderstone and beyond. And do it with your name proudly held as a part of your standard bearer, so that people will know that Veronica Dracohorn, Lady Veronica Dracohorn, does good for Cormyr. That is how you can help your family name.
That's what I thought I was doing with my brother. And I will sign or write whatever document you need to hold him accountable.
Only your account, she says as she hands you a piece of paper and a pen.
Am I writing it right here?
Mm-hmm.
Veronica will very slowly pick up the pen and to begin to write.
Okay. Is she honest in all of it? And does she leave anything out?
Fuck. Don't know. She will be honest about it. She will.
And include the falsified records and the purchases that you made that were on his behalf. All of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then you sign it?
Yes.
Okay. When you're all done, Maeve will smile and take the paper from you. She doesn't read it. Thank you, Lady
Don't
Veronica
trust her.
Dracohorn.
I don't trust her, guys. I don't.
I greatly appreciate your contribution. Will you please send in the next? I believe there are 2 others.
One question.
Yes?
What happens after today?
Well, the evidence will be presented to a barrister who will take it before the Queen and present the case. If your brother awakens in time for the trial, he will be allowed to testify in his own defense. The Queen will make a decision when she makes a decision.
Will I be able to speak with him before then?
That will depend entirely on whether he awakens before then, and whether the Queen... Well, I don't know, is the answer to your question. But if you remain in town, I will send you word if he awakens.
Thank you. And then she walks out.
Lady Dracohorn,
Uh-huh.
one last question for you. Do you have any opinion on Lord Haldar Huntsilver?
I don't know him.
That's very fair. Thank you for your time. Please send the next.
Okie dokie. Kaelen, you're up.
All right, I get up and walk in.
Kaelen Hashmoore.
Yes,
It's a pleasure to meet you. Please have a seat.
I'll take a seat.
I am unclear your relationship to Much Obliged or Lady Dracohorn. Could you please elucidate?
I grew up with Lady Dracohorn in the Dracohorn household and served under Vane. I just recently met Much Obliged during this whole situation.
So you're a servant of House Dracohorn.
Correct.
I see.
Well,
that makes much more sense. How did you become involved in the violence which took place at their household?
Vane had told me to keep Veronica under house arrest, but my allegiances have always been to Veronica more than Vane. And when I saw the guards coming to, what seemed to be hurt her, I had to act, and my whole role is to protect Veronica.
Lady Dracohorn.
Correct.
I see. Interesting. Do you have any evidence or opinions on Lord Dracohorn or Lady Dracohorn which I should take into account? Which you believe the Queen would want to know?
I can say that serving under Lord Dracohorn was not pleasant. Oftentimes, he was violent towards me under his service. Lady Dracohorn is innocent of all of this, and I know this because of spending the majority of my time with her. She was unaware of what Lord Dracohorn was doing.
The naivety of youth. What of Lord Haldar Huntsilver and his Forest Covenant? Any opinions on him?
I've only heard of him, but I have not met the man.
No opinions, then. Very well. Anything else you think I should know?
I can't think of anything.
Wonderful. Please send in Lord Delryar Tammarast, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And I'll get up and walk out and send Delryar in.
And Del will stay in with her, as long as Del stays in with her. Then come back out. And Maeve emerges herself, following Del. Looks over all of you thoughtfully. Can I speak with all of you at once, please, in my office?
We follow her. Or I follow her, at least.
Yeah, Fig will too, looking a little bit like she just got called into the principal's office.
Veronica's gonna look at Kaelen with a serious look and worried look.
I'll try to give as comforting of a look as I can. Which isn't very comforting, I'm sure.
Val, you going too?
Yep.
Corthynd?
Yep.
So you guys all make your way into her office. It's a bit cramped with now 7 people in this small office, but she closes the door, gets a little stuffy, makes sure there's benches and seats for all of you, and then takes her own seat. Thank you, all of you, for your testimony. It will be passed on to the Queen. There is, however, an outstanding matter in this city which I must address. I am of a mind to keep Lord Haldar Huntsilver under house arrest until the Queen has made her decision. But I believe at least some of you wish that I do not do so. I would like to discuss this matter with you.
Why is he under? He was originally the suspect of what Vane is
He has
guilty
been
of.
implicated in the kidnappings.
Implicated how?
And she'll look
Happy
at you,
Cormyr.
Corthynd.
Those that are kidnapped were in debt to Hunt Silver in a variety of ways. Rumors were spread that they were kidnapped in order to force the debts.
Not to mention the letters that were left at each of the kidnappings expressing that the kidnapping paid off the debt.
Not to mention that, which I did not.
We've clearly have evidence that he was not the ones kidnapping the kids.
You have
So he
evidence
shouldn't-
that he was not directly responsible. But you also have evidence that Vane Dracohorn was not directly responsible either.
I would say he's directly responsible.
The common people don't particularly like when a bunch of nobles decide for them what their opinion should be.
If I could maybe just voice my thoughts on the matter, I think that it makes sense to keep him under house arrest while a decision's still being made, but you've seen what Much Obliged has been able to uncover through its investigations thus far. I think it would just be useful if we could at least have access to the Hunt Silver residence and speaking to Haldar.
Though a partial house arrest, where he's allowed to speak with his friends, but not with the general public.
Personally, I think any such house arrest would be at least as much for his own protection as anything.
I agree with Fig.
May I ask you a question? What do you think my primary concerns are in keeping him under house arrest, given the body of evidence you have presented today?
Avoiding justice by way of
You all think that is it?
Keeping the chaos to a minimum.
That is accurate. I did not arrest Lord Huntsilver because I believed he was guilty of these crimes. Indeed, I have long held that he was innocent. None of this made sense to be Lord Haldar Huntsilver's doing. Nevertheless, when my city comes to riot, I take action to quell the riot, and placing him under private house arrest pending the Queen and her war wizard's investigation seemed like the best way to keep the peace.
With
It
all
has
due
worked.
respect, Knight Commander, I don't understand what the difference between what I said and what you said is.
Politics.
That most
Okay.
vile of beasts.
How much politics do you have to deal with on a daily?
Many.
A disturbing amount.
Yes.
I have no... I would prefer Hunt Silver be free to his own recognizance, but the current situation is the safest for everyone.
May I ask a different question?
Yes, you may.
If I were to release him, how do you propose we handle the public reaction to such a release? Do you have such a proposal?
I think it would have to be accompanied with the new evidence that's been brought to clear his name.
So we should instead declare Lord Dracohorn as our suspect and captive.
I think it would actually be better if we name this witch lady as being the culprit.
You mean the spellcaster that hardly any of us talked about? Because
The people want and need to feel like we are addressing the issue at hand, that there will be no other
witch
kids.
lady, I'm unclear.
he was some type of spellcaster. We encountered her twice. Once
Ah,
with
the
the
one that got away
kidnappers
at the
on the track.
docks.
Yes, she got away
Lysandra.
again. She was at the Dracohorn estate when we confronted Lord Dracohorn with him. Clearly an
Fascinating that
ally.
none of you thought to mention this in your testimony.
One of us did, but in passing. I don't remember which one of us it was.
You
was
told me
in my
only to
written
tell you
statement.
my opinion of Dracohorn.
Corthynd clearly mentioned her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was Corthynd mentioned it.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, I feel that putting
I have a
the
question.
public's... Yeah, go ahead.
Why would we blame someone who is not under arrest rather than someone who is? Wouldn't that cause the public to be more fearful?
No, but then we tell them that they were driven off and are no longer in the area, and that
You have
we
evidence
have...
of that.
That would not pacify the public. That would only make them more fearful.
You wish us to tell them that not only did we not apprehend the suspected actual culprit, we have no idea where she is or what she can do.
Lady Dracohorn, if you had seen the riots in the streets back when we
The
didn't
10-day.
have anyone.
One 10-day ago. Not so far
Yeah.
removed.
That was before anyone had been arrested. If we do this, we'll be right back in the same position.
I think that the best chance for the populace of Cormyr to accept the truth is for it to come from the crown.
So you believe then that he should remain under arrest until the Crown has concluded her investigation? Possibly months.
I think he would far prefer that outcome than to being lynched or hung for something he had no part of.
Fowl will turn to Corthynd and whisper, months.
It feels unfair for him to be... Feels unfair.
How long does it take a courier to get to Suzhou?
About a 10-day.
Perhaps no longer than a 10-day.
Do you know something I don't?
Just as I've reported to you, I've reported the truth of the matter to my master.
Generast.
Yes, that one.
I see. And you believe that upon reading your letter, he will merely make a declaration on behalf of the Crown?
No, of course not. The Royal Mage is never in a position that they would deign to make that sort of assumption. But he could get the wheels greased much faster.
Call
if he
it
pays any
weeks,
attention to
then,
me.
perhaps 10 days. Multiple 10 days, even if it is not months. It could be into spring before he is released, nevertheless.
Apparently your house arrest doesn't preclude things like groceries being delivered.
No, his servants are allowed to come and go.
If we're
Imagine.
worried about the general public, the commoners being upset about this, we could just have it come from them. Get a petition of the parents that have had their children returned asking for his release, and mention the new evidence and
Petition
what's
from
being
the
brought to the Crown.
parents. And that's an interesting suggestion. Do you think you could procure such a thing?
We've met with them a few times.
I would love to meet them and maybe make up some kind of amends.
I am personally at least as worried about what else this Dark One is doing, because I suspect this won't be the last thing they do to attempt to destabilize Cormyr.
That's what
You're
I'm
probably
saying.
correct.
I feel like we're so focused on like this one thing, and that witch is still out there. Like this
Of
is
course
not
she's
the
still
end.
out there, but you must deal with this first.
This isn't the end. It's just one of
Suppose
the many problems.
we could ask Lord Huntsilver his opinion.
How would you do that?
He granted us access.
We'll also send a courier and ask him if he'd rather stay in arrest.
So a proposal to ask Lord Huntsilver's opinion, and another to provide a petition on behalf of the aggrieved.
I would like the record to show that I still believe him remaining ostensibly under arrest until the Crown's declaration is probably the easiest and most safe answer.
For months, though?
Easiest is not always best. There are political machinations at work which would be hindered were he to remain under arrest.
If we're worried about his safety, we could have guards, dragons, ordered to follow him if he leaves his... Consider it a compromise with the people petitioning.
I am not worried about his safety. He can afford his own safety. He's nearly the richest man in Cormyr. I am concerned with the safety of the common people of Thunderstone. Riots are bad for everyone. But I am also concerned. I am compelled by justice. And you have presented a sizable body of evidence in support of Vane Dracohorn as the culprit. It feels wrong to leave Lord Huntsilver under arrest, but I also do not see a way to remove him from that condition until the Crown has confirmed his innocence. So, I return to my request.
He is
Proposals.
under city arrest instead of house arrest?
The city is where the riots were. That would not have the same impact. Your proposal to speak with him and ask his opinion is a good one. I will do so. Your proposal to ask the parents for a petition is also not without merit. Of course, the question is, would the general populace believe such a petition? Maybe they would. Any other ideas?
What if they were made aware of the existence of Penroth Lethal?
Everybody knows of them. They're in the paper.
Well, what if they knew that they were involved in this?
That's also in the paper.
I believe that's also in the paper. Did you not read this week's paper?
I've
And
been a
that-
little busy, but also
You're in it, a shining hero.
That disturbingly unwell-researched article.
The paper put out an article that played a heavy part in riling the people up against Haldar. Maybe they could put out an article that seemed to point towards his innocence without the official word of the dragons getting in the way.
Corthyndahast looks extremely embarrassed. Obviously embarrassed.
Something to add?
I may have. I may have an appointment with the paper for an interview.
Seeking notoriety and fame. Not typical for one of your type, but fascinating.
Seeking the truth to be out there.
So, a petition from the parents, Lord Huntsilver's own opinion, and perhaps a letter to the editor, or an article by the paper. Could work.
What are the chances that we're like, oh, Huntsilver didn't do it. Thane Dracohorn did it. And then folks are like, hey, we're going to riot about that noble now.
Significantly less, given he is already arrested.
Okay.
May not endear you to them very much, though.
That's what I'm worried about.
Oh, I just had a horrible thought.
Penelope's had no troubles. She's been allowed to roam free the city.
That's a good sign.
I suppose if we added you to the charter, they'd have less to complain about.
You know
Especially
how I feel about that.
if Much Obliged were seen continuing to do good on behalf of the city and its citizens. After all, you are heroes.
Yeah.
I suppose it would also allow us to keep an eye on Lady Dracohorn in case this has all been incredibly well orchestrated.
You can keep an eye on me anytime you want, Vic.
Like, immediately looks very confused, like she's never had anybody potentially hit on her before and she doesn't know what that is at all. She just stops talking and looks confused.
Veronica, intentionally trying to make Fig uncomfortable, turns to Corthyndahast and says, I appreciate the willingness to add Kaelen and I to this charter. I don't want you all to feel...
It seems like you have a lot to discuss. I will speak with Lord Huntsilver and gain his opinion as you have suggested, Lady Figwyn. I would suggest that you decide together what you intend to say to the newspaper, whether you intend to add these two to your charter, and finally, seek the petition. If you can bring it to me, if it has enough names, I will release him.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you all. I am much obliged to have met you.
Fig got that reference.
That's how it is. That's how it's supposed to work. I see why you called yourself that. We could still go with
No.
murder rage friends.
No.
I'm murder rage to meet you.
We'll end there.
If you want to be part of Much Obliged, you can be part of Much Obliged. If you want to be a murder rage friend, go start your own.
It's up to Veronica, anyways.
We will end our session here for the evening. Not quite as far as I'd hoped to get, but that's okay. I'm going to give you guys some partial XP for some partial successes that you are partially along the way towards full success on. For getting Vane out of immediate medical concern, you all gain 200 XP. for finding 4 of the clues left behind at his home. You all gain 400 XP. And for convincing Maeve to release Haldar, if you can drum up public support, you all gain 350 XP.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Ding.
Oh.
Da, 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 da.
Were we like already dismissed from Maeve?
Yes.
Oh man. When we go out, Corthyndah's like, we forgot to discuss the reward.
What was the total?
Reward.
950. I don't know what the
6,600.
So that is plenty for you guys to reach level 5
Hell yeah.
by
level
next
5.
session. Stick around just a moment. Let me give you guys out your inspirations here.
I'm gonna send my notes over to Matthew.
Thank you.
And I finished Corthyndah's letter.
Thank you as
Oh,
well.
I have
I'll have a read of it
no
later.
idea what you're asking about.
I was just making sure my flirting wasn't uncomfortable.
Oh, it's super fine. LC is fine with it. Fig doesn't know what to do with it because Fig spent the first 100 years of her life as a dog. So,
No worries.
Corthynd,
Mm-hmm.
your irritable personality that takes getting used to truly shined when you went back to yell at Inkwell. You may have inspiration.
Hooray.
That was so much fun to watch.
That was good, yeah.
Like the worst insult to Corthynd is calling him a noble.
I
Foul.
need you guys to know, by the way, that Fig whispered to Corthynd that she's worried she lost all chance to be getting her spurs, and Corthynd goes, "Not if there's any justice in this world." She's so touched right now.
Foul. That uncomfortable elven heritage. You've learned a lot more about it. Maybe more than you wanted to know.
Yeah.
But you do gain inspiration for that.
Nice.
Figwyn. You are sincere almost to a fault. Honest, possibly when you should not be. And for that, you may have inspiration.
He is so sincere all the time.
Kaelen, you still have it, so I don't need to consider you at the moment. Veronica.
Uh-huh.
That damn need for independence has gotten you in so much trouble this session. You may have inspiration.
Veronica just going, "Who wants 2 platinum to let me use their room?"
All right, thank you guys. This has been a great session. I'll see you all next week. Apollo, if you want to stick around, Kaelen, you too, we can discuss what you guys took out of House Dracohorn of a personal nature before
Okay.
before we
Sounds good.
I'm gonna stop the
Sweet.
stream here. Though.
What's the
Thank you, guys.
final